Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk, you reach his soul, he understands where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourish as prisons. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in Linz, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I have agreed before I arrive here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 15th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants and attendees here, as this is a roundtable meeting where all the souls are equal. We know we're growing into this knowledge at different rates and different speeds, but at the same time, nobody is wrong and no one's 100% right. So as I say, this is a roundtable discussion. You all have microphones and you're all encouraged to participate using your voice or using that silent line of communication. And that's what a lot of the last couple teachings are about, the creation of magnetic fields, the interaction of them, and how we see processes in the universe are very similar to processes that happen in our universe, otherwise known as the body of the man. But before we go any further into this 555th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and other topics, let's review and reaffirm the World Peace Treaty, because this is the key to uniting humanity with the universal community and bringing us to the next step in the progression of our elevation. And it's so deep and so profound, I don't know where to start in a way, but let's start with the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? We always give everyone equal opportunity. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as a body or as a soul. Simply put your name, signature, position held. And again, on behalf of the nation, the religion, the council, the city, the town, or as an individual, have it witnessed. And of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. This document can be found on the internet as the Keshe World Peace Treaty. I've searched for it and found it, but it's also on the Keshe Foundation website. You can print it out, you can share it, and we can see what's happening in the world today, or what appears to be happening. Maybe these are lions with no teeth, but they seem to be shaking their jaws at each other, wanting some sort of conflict. But this is the way out of it, pledging yourself, starting with yourself and pledging yourself to peace, and then your greater environment, and then, of course, extending that to the planet in the universe. We think it's impossible for what we're seeing now, but basically man is a peaceful creature, although we do have some shortcomings and some other things within us that need correction, but that's up to you in so many ways. And this is where the teachings are all going, finding out more about your structure, your capabilities, and your capacities. As Mr. Keshe said, we haven't even begun to explore them. So there's some beautiful days ahead, and we're in beautiful days now. It doesn't all have to be fear and warmongering and the rest. And we're using our energies, as we saw with the aurora with the creation of the black hole and others to elevate others and create new life and a new path for this planet. So you're all involved in it, and we can extend it to the others and share with the others what their capabilities are and what they can actually do. And they don't have to sit on the sidelines and just watch. They can become interactive in this process and actually change the process to speed it up in so many ways. I know when we reach the collective awareness and more people will give to create this position of change, we're going to see it manifest in the matter state, and this is how the fields work. So we encourage you all to sign it, and we're not collecting them. You don't even have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, as Alex likes to remind us. And this is very good, as Mr. Keshe says, when you go into space, you'll probably never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So where shall we go today? Normally, we continue to cover the products in the Keshe Foundation store, which I think we should do. Again, starting with the Iranian conference, but maybe even before we go there, I think we should hear Mr. Keshe's announcements that he delivered at the workshop. Is always broken into two halves at this point. Normally the teaching part, which usually lasts 40 minutes to 60 minutes, maybe sometimes more or less. And then the second part where Mr. Keshe answers a number of questions from a number of different knowledge seekers on a number of different topics many times. And as we understand, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A than we do from the actual teachings. But I think we're all learning, again, at different speeds, at different rates, but we're all growing into this knowledge. And we're all absorbing more and more just by listening, or perhaps it's even being transferred remotely, as we're seeing so many of these systems operating now in the remote dimension in a way, or doesn't have to have the physicality there to bring a change. We heard this from Nick, and we've heard many other testimonials how people going through this transmutation process and have found changes within their structure, their physical structure, and most likely within their soul as well. So I thought we'd hear Mr. Keshe's announcements. It's only about 6 or 7 minutes, and we can always stop it here. Especially, he says they're introducing 2 more of these twin systems, which is known as the twin GAN systems, even though he said it looks like a GANs, but it's different materials. But perhaps we can hear a little bit more from the announcements and what's shaping up in the Keshe Foundation. These workshops, in a way, are our weekly roadmap or guidance and where the foundation is going. And of course, most of the work of the foundation is still kept in the background at this point. As he said, the universe is 5% matter state. Well, the Keshe Foundation seems to be operating in a very similar manner, where only about 5% of the actual systems and technology have been brought into the public domain. So it's very similar to what appears in the universe as only 5% matter state. The other is all empty space, but we know it's not. And what we found out in this workshop, of course, is that every space has a soul in it, whether we can see it or whether we can't see it, whether it has a dimension of physicality or a dimension of physicality that we're not able to even perceive at our amino acid level of our structure. But again, there's so many beautiful things coming. But let's let Mr. Keshe announce a couple of things at the end of this workshop. And maybe Alex, I know he mentioned these twin systems and the beauty of these. And as we see in regular mathematics, 1 + 1 is 2. But in the plasma science, and I always thought this was funny, 1 + 1 is actually 3. 2 fields approaching or interacting with each other create a third field. So in plasma science, 1 + 1 is actually 3. And I don't know if many mathematicians will be able to understand that. They seem to be quite enamored with mathematics, but the plasma understanding, in a way, throws everything up for discussion. What we thought we understood is not actually the way the universe works, the process of creation works, or even the creator. I don't think he follows a permanent formula, let's say, and we've heard Mr. Keshe say many times, there's really no formula in this, as the plasma seems to do what it has to do. It's just unleashed, and even the creator is still learning about his own creation. So let's hear the announcements, which is about 6 minutes. And as we always do, feel free to become interactive in this process or in creating the Dome of Peace. And we don't have to be just observers anymore. We can be actual participants. We understand we can touch any soul, and every created thing in the universe has that central energy, whether we can see them or we can't see them. So it's a beautiful understanding. It's a deeper understanding, but of course, we're just the early pioneers in this, and many people are still enamored and still stuck in the matter state for most of their lives, and they can't seem to see beyond this. And this is part of our work, is to open up a new dimension for people that actually are using other dimensions, but they're not quite aware of it. As we know about, the dream is actually the work of your soul, but we've all been told to call it a dream, to mislabel it, to misunderstand it. So let's hear what Mr. Keshe has to say in this announcement. As I said, feel free to stop it, make a comment, disagree. All of that is fine. We're all on the same path of, again, the rain comes from the clouds and returns to the clouds. So in a way, we're returning to the Creator, trying to get back to this mother that we all have within us, this actual black hole, as he talked about, which we'll cover today.
Okay, back again at the 555th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we're on their second half here, and therefore folks have an opportunity to ask questions, as I mentioned earlier. But first, usually Mr. Keshe has a couple things to say to introduce other topics. So go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Not much to say, just this week, Keshe Foundation will introduce two more part of what we call the twin systems. One is for sleep and one is for migraine. They'll be published very soon. Those of you who have problem with whatever of these two and the others, what you call, you can try and see and let us know what it is. Something very interesting which we see with this, what we had the promotional videos. If you remember, Keshe Foundation promotes and sells field replication systems or alkalizers. When you have the twin systems, if you put them in immersive bottles, even in a container, in a water, immerse them in, or put them on two sides of a glass with the water in. You can use the water in a glass, which creates a balanced field energy of the fields of the two bottles. And it's a replication unit, more or less, is what we call as part of the what we call field transfer. And you'll find a totally different experience. When you receive them, they should be shipped out in the next week or so. Then you will understand not only you can bring a new dimension by using the two bottles, placing them outside a glass bottle or inside a water cup, if you can do it, if you can accommodate them to be more bottle and in a good distance from each other. And then it brings you a new dimension. You'll feel it. You understand what it means. These twin systems are not just for what's in it, it's what's interact between it, which produces the same interaction between part of the body. But this time is you can do a lot of other things with it. If you use it in the what you call as opposed to promotions in the alkalizer and the field application, that water has the properties which contains within, but in a balanced way because it's balanced between the two, and then you create a new dimension.
Alex, you've been very inquisitive for us to again explain the new plasmatic mathematics, where one field plus one field doesn't equal two fields. It actually equals three separate fields. And this is what Mr. Keshe is saying by having these two bottles. I don't think you open them, you just keep them next to each other in a container with some space, as he said, or put them outside of a container with water in it. It creates an interaction between the two materials, and this is creating a third field in a way, or a third energy within that structure. Alex, is there anything you'd like to say about this 1 + 1 in plasma does not equal 2? Thank you.
Yes, Mark, a very key point, and as you know, we've been talking about this for quite a while, and it's been very hard to understand because there's an emission and absorption spectrum, and that has to continue. And so it cannot continue if you do not have a Markgraf condition. So in the mathematics, the 1 and 1 concludes with 2, which means that the original, which was the 1 Markgraf and the other 1 Markgraf, would have been resolved, would have been concluded. It comes with the what we call the answer. But in the plasma science, in order for the answer to remain, it too has to emit and absorb. And the reason for that is very simple, is because energy is in motion, and so you can't stop it. So the only thing that you can do is contain it. But in the process of containing it, you cannot extricate it from the environment. You cannot take a pair of tweezers and just grab onto it and kind of pluck it out, like maybe plucking out an eyebrow or something. You can't do it. It's part of the overall system. And so there has to be an engagement with the overall system. So the answer, the 2, has to engage with the overall system, which was 1 and 1. So there's your 2. But now you've created a third, and it too has to engage with the system. So you don't lose the 1, you don't lose the other 1, and you create another 1. The only dispute I have with your statement is that 1 and 1 is 3. And my statement had to be modified to say 1 and 1 is more than 2. And this becomes very important in the understanding, because if you look at the solar system, we don't just have a couple of planets, we have a whole bunch of planets. So if the solar system and how it was created with 1 and 1, well, it created a third, and then another, and another, and another, and another. And so depending on the field strength, it is able to create as many as we want. The thing is that a accommodation has to be made. And so in order for that to happen, there has to be an interaction. And that's what we're going back to. So it is because of this interaction that is ever present is why the math doesn't work. So when we start to go into not only multiple dimensions, but in multiple energy states, and we want to keep the equation balanced, because we have to keep the equation balanced in our present understanding. The key point here is that if the left side of the equation is increasing, the right side of the equation is increasing. And so if the left side of the equation is 1 and 1, but it's increasing, and then if you were to say that 1 and 1 is 2, but the left side is increasing, well, wait a second. The right side is increasing, which means more than 2. So the basic vanilla way to state it is just to say that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And how much more? Well, that all depends on the environment and the interaction of the fields and all the things that you're taking into account.
Good point.
And we can't take everything into account, so we have to be discretionary, discreet, and disciplined in our selection. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much for sharing more about this. And again, these apparently you get 2 containers in each one of these systems, and you would either put them in a glass jar with some good separation, as he said, or put them outside of the glass jar and probably leave them for a number of hours. I don't know. I'm sure there's full instructions within these products, but again, they're for test as well. What I'm thinking is these products, these testing, and the Keshe Foundation wants you to recontact them and report what you've noticed in your physicality or your energy or your soul dimension. So these are a type of test. Again, we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And you can be part of that by taking up these offers and even benefit yourself if you're suffering from migraines or menopause or flagpole issues or sleep issues, migraine issues, many of these things. And again, they're looking for the feedback to improve it into, as I'm seeing it right here, as a remote system where you would order something and all you would need to do is put the headphones on and listen. Maybe 1 session, maybe 2 sessions, as we saw with the dissolving of the kidney stones in a few sessions. The kidney stones have dissolved from thousands of miles away without any medicine, without any physical intervention. So this is why it's important for people to participate in these processes. Anyone else want to say anything? We're going to continue. We have about 4 more minutes on this little announcement part. But again, he's not asking you to make them. And I think the knowledge of them is going to stay within the Keshe Foundation, at least for now. But he's asking you to test them, to try them, to see what difference it makes and give the feedback back to the Keshe Foundation. This is one of the ways we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. No other thoughts? Then we'll continue. Thank you, Alex.
Inside. We are building up towards a full transmutation unit and a full connection. And in this process, we gradually move away from what we call the units in Germany and to centralize in the new system which we developed with as we had last week in one of the knowledge seekers, is the effectiveness of it. As the old systems more or less become obsolete, they've reached a point of what we call use as the new technology has taken over. And we see a new dimension in transmutation and what you call in the wellness application, where we feed through the systems and our doctors will go towards more handling new cases and new conditions in the wellness process.
And again, this is the first time as of last year, I think, that we've seen a wellness center. This is a hospital without patients. I'll just play a little bit through this, and you can see how, again, sophisticated these systems look, and many people have sat in these systems. But apparently, even this system now has become obsolete in a way. As he said, they're moving in a totally new. But you can see the universal body enhancement unit, it would just have a shell around it, so to speak. And these are systems without that shell. So he's saying that they've gone past this development, and now there's newer, probably more powerful systems to reach and touch the physicality as well as the soul of the man. Just thought we'd show that. I'm sure they're still functional, but as he said, we're moving past these things in quite rapid development. Again, we don't know everything in the public domain, and we know that most of the systems are still behind the curtain in a way, or not made available for the public, because he said he's even scared to release some of these things. They're so, in a way, beyond what we even see in the science fiction movies or books that you read. Any comments?
And as we said, cases like cancers and things they're looking at, new versions of applying for Parkinson's and others is under what we call in the vision of work. And anyone who wants to work with them or would like to take the what we call advice can contact the same way to expand this horizon of the knowledge.
And again, we'll put the link in for the Wellness Center, which the link has not changed, but the operating systems have grown. As he said, when they first talked about the Ubisos, and then it got delayed because of all the things that were happening in China and with medical and the rest of this. And so that system, in a way, got delayed, but in a way it was a blessing, he said, because now if the other system was a 10, the new system that we're releasing is 1,000 or more. So the delay of the releasement of some of these things has actually contributed to the improvement of the system. And I think that's what we're seeing here as well. And I don't think it's going to stop at this level. As we see with iPhones and other ones, how they come out with the earlier versions and then more sophisticated, or they get smaller. We've seen that with the Ubisos as well. So it's all a work in progress, so to speak, but it's getting fine-tuned more and more. Even the gas unit, as he said, right now it was in a briefcase size, but soon it'll be the size of a AA battery and be able to create unlimited amounts of CH4, or what we call methane. So this is the progress of the work of the foundation, and as they get smaller, they seem to be getting more powerful. We always use that example of the original cell phones were the size of a small briefcase, and now they're so thin sometimes you don't even know where it is. It's just a little small device, but yet much, much more powerful. And this is the same as what's going on within the team and the development within the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it.
In the coming weeks, we will expand the knowledge of the transmutation in a very different way. And we will ask for a specific, what we call, people to join us in this, what we call transmutation, transportation. And In a way, those of you who are part of what we call soul satellites will come into operation gradually in this process as we try to expand, and we will come in touch with you to join us for what you sign yourself into, to run a few sessions, and then you understand the process of how we bring now the knowledge reaches a certain point, those who are your satellites to come into what we call what you set yourself for, to become part of it.
And again, he's mentioned this a number of times about these satellite souls. I'm not sure if it's still offered in the store. It may be. Maybe someone can take a quick look. But this is something that your soul leads you to. And apparently you're going to be, in a way, you're allowing your soul to be used remotely, sometimes without even you being aware that it's being used remotely. But then in other parts of it, you may be able to, I don't know exactly what's going to happen to these satellite souls and how they're going to, but they're going to touch and they're going to elevate, as he said, others. And this may be, I don't know the whole. Would anyone like to explain or share with us their understanding of what a satellite soul would do? But you're allowing your soul to be used in the elevation of others or the touching of others. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe you'll even be in meetings without any physicality and listen to what's going on. I don't know the whole structure of this satellite soul, but it's going to be introduced very gradually. As he said, gradually we come into operation gradually in this process and we try to expand. Anyone want to enlighten us more on the satellite souls? Maybe they're just a more humble version of our current soul structure. I don't know. But again, using your soul remotely without even you being aware that the soul is in a different operation or a different dimension, perhaps. As he said, our capabilities and our capacities of this structure we're in right now haven't even been fully explored or even contemplated, I think. We've always gone back to the physicality, and the other part is some sort of dream or illusion that we've never really understood. But now more and more of this is coming into play.
There's one thing which I would like the knowledge seekers, through the elevation of the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, is to support us in what Keshe Foundation has endeavored in the past few weeks to create a new phase in the world peace, and to create.
I think we'll save this for the Dome of Peace, but this is what he's saying. They've, in a way, set up a new phase in this process of world peace to create a new structure. And he said phase, and I was thinking about Star Trek and phasers or tasers, whatever they have there. I think they call them phasers. And sometimes the captain would say, okay, set your phasers on stun. I think right now the captain is saying, let's set our phasers on peace, and to bring this new world peace in and usher it in a even to a bigger way. And that's what we saw in the 554, where he talked about the aurora and the work of the sun in touching all the inhabitants of this planet, even more so perhaps on the northern side of this planet. And so not only are we involved in this process, but the universe is also apparently taking a part in it. As he said, the changes we'll see in a number of years or even a number of centuries, if scientists understand it, they can link it back to this aurora event in 2023. And I'm thinking, just the way the kidney stones dissolve within a few sessions, perhaps this aurora process will also continue. We may have a few sessions of the aurora. And of course, it does seem to be disturbing some of the weather patterns on this planet, but that's just part of the process we're going through. But again, it's elevating, I believe, the soul of all the inhabitants of this planet. In other words, they're upgrading everyone in one go. As he said, we've been magnetically elevated in this process with the sun and the aurora. And of course, we saw some of the lights coming over the northern hemisphere, but you can see the sun, and obviously the sun was perturbed by something else in the universe and caused it to go into motion, let's say, or it was able to absorb more energies to give from itself. And this is what he said about the black hole has to take before it gives. Same with the Alex beads, it takes before it gives. And what else takes before it gives? Perhaps the neutron? Does it take before it can split? I think it does. So we're just replicating the very common work of the universe here, but we've never understood it. As he said, the moving of the continents and the changing of the equators in 554, it's never been explained before, but he did explain it in that workshop. But of course, the scientific community has not understood, so we elevate their souls for understanding more.
Create a new structure that sets up to what I call gradually to become one nation. This process started and it needs a lot of what I call support in the dimension of the soul. And if we all wish for the peace and what we have in the world, we can start creating the environment of the peace and the next phase for world peace. And all you need to do is to, in a way, concentrate to help to be there when it's needed, not in a physical way, that we get the elevation of the world leader's soul to bring that final phase in. Mankind is ready for that phase.
So we can see, even with the construction of the spider web or the black hole, it all goes in phases and layering. It's just not a snap of the fingers, although it could happen that way. As he said, our twin star could be seen perhaps tomorrow, or it could be 1 billion years. But this is the process of creation in the universe. It's not a big bang and everything explodes. It's the building up from the smaller and the weaker in this layering process. That's why a star takes so much time to build. It just doesn't appear. Yes, your soul is a star in the cosmos of the universe, but to create that in the matter state is going to take some of man's time. Of course, in the universe, there's no concept of time. So 1 second would be equal to 1 million years in a way, because there's no concept that this time is going by. I don't think anyone wears watches or anything else. But we'll repeat this, hopefully, if I recall, in the Dome of Peace when we create that. But let's just continue.
And now we have to bring that religious part to the end, which we have started, and we need that help to be there, that the soul of humanity goes for it. And in a way, the world peace in the totality as a whole, ending up the war between the religions, we have started. And I hope we succeed this time in a beautiful way. And you will understand it as it comes, as it takes shapes, and as Keshe will become part of this structure.
And as we see in the Universal Council video, where he shows the world religious leaders, in a way, they give the pretext for the world leaders or these hyperactive children to start conflicts. And so Mr. Keshe has been obviously opening the religious books for some time, but now it looks like the ending of the war between religions we have started. And I hope we succeed this time in a beautiful way. So you can all, again, be part of this whole process in bringing the change. And as Mr. Keshe keeps saying, it's a test for humanity. It's not a test for the universal community. They've already achieved it in so many ways. But if we don't bring it ourselves, we'll never keep it. 1 generation or 2 generations will go right back to the killing and eating of each other, even if the advanced technology gets revealed to us and we start using it. apparently, like the flying carpet and some of these other devices, it will, in a way, over a generation or two, be lost. The knowledge will be lost, and we'll be right back to in the last 3,000 years on this planet, 5,000 wars. And we can see the number of wars that are taking place today. So this is where you can become interactive in humanity as a whole. And perhaps these satellite souls will play some sort of special or humble part in bringing this change. So this is another dimension that's coming into play. Let's see, someone has put something into the chat. For years, I have not been able to wear a watch. They all stop working. Digital or mechanical makes no difference. Plasmatic body energy protecting itself? Question mark. Anyone like to answer that, or would you tell us more?
Yes, Mark. It doesn't matter what kind of watch it was, even as a kid. Put a watch on, 3, 4 days later, it's dead. I mean, dead. And when I was working in sales, I got one of the new fancy, at that time was a digital watch, very, very thin. I wore it for 4 days. It broke. They sent it back to the company. The company said, we can't repair this. What did the person do to this watch?
Oh, gosh.
So I just kept the watch as a memorabilia thing.
Maybe it was in some sort of field environment that it couldn't
This is
being
what I'm thinking,
yeah, being an immortal creation, maybe time and you don't really see eye to eye so much.
that could be true. I just wonder if anyone else has had the same experience.
I always used to like those watches that you put on your wrist, and as you move, there's a little thing in there that sort of charges it up or winds it up in a way. I don't know if that solved your problem, or if you even really care so much about time. Is that maybe that's what it is? I don't know, but amazing that we have to build a watch for Randy in a way.
I would say it's the thing about time. I was, I go to I don't follow a clock, so to speak. I eat when I'm hungry, I sleep when I'm tired. And then some of the jobs I've had, I'd say, well, I'd like to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. Why? We start at 8. I said, well, I'm going to come to work at 10 and I'm going to work till 10 at night. So I've been fortunate in that I can do that. So I think it has to do with I wouldn't say manipulation of time, but I would say our use of time.
Yeah, sometimes people will say, well, do we have enough time? And I'm starting to say, we have all the existence in the universe. Of course we do. And this is the way we should probably look at ourselves more as immortal than in this confines of the time space. And this is what he's also saying about the religions. Apparently, they're going to go heavier and opening up the books of these religions, not again in a forceful way. And they're not going to be shutting down any churches. They're going to elevate the people to understand more that they, in a way, realize they don't go there anymore. They've gone past this, or they realize this type of abuse that's being propagated in these religions. And it doesn't matter if it's Rome or in China with the Buddha, or in other religions, the rabbis and Israel, or the rest. They all are cashing out the pocket and the soul of the man for a lack of knowledge of who they are in the universe. And I always like to go back to that statement, I made the man in the image of myself. Not that the creator has 2 arms and 2 legs and like that, but you're made out of the fields of the soul of the creator. You're actually an energy entity rather than physicality. But we added the physicality on later when we met with the inertia of this planet or any other places in the universe. Anyone else would like to say anything? Okay, perhaps we can go back to the store just to highlight a few of these products. We'll try to cover them quickly in a way. But the knee Gans is one that Mr. Keshe had made for himself. He said no one else could make this sort of product. So this is again rebuilding the ligaments, the joints especially. And again, you have a lot of joints and ligaments in your foot and your knee, hips, elbows, shoulders, hands, many joints in the hands. So all this can be in a way rebuilt, and the body doesn't usually do that on its own. Apparently the collagen and the rest sort of diminish over time, and this is where you get this rubbing and scraping and pain between the joints, but this product can actually improve that condition, let's say. Then of course these are the first ones he introduced was the cycle Gans. This is for a woman, I would think, in the menstrual process, probably for younger or middle-aged ones that are still having a cycle, but it can balance this out. And all of these apparently come with 2 containers, and they're used in the same way. This is the line of Twinity, he's calling it, where you create, you have the 2 energies, but it creates a third or more energy, as Alex said, more than more fields, apparently. So this is the Twinity cycle, not too expensive. And if you have a teenage daughter or you have a young woman or someone who has such havoc with the emotions, that this can help to balance it out just by applying the water. And again, this will be in the instructions. This is another one that was first introduced was the heat, and this could be for migraines. I'm not sure exactly. I don't think there's any real description here, but you get 2 25-milliliter vials. Apparently it's this is the cost of it. And again, you would put it inside a container with enough separation filled with water. You wouldn't open these, but you just allow the fields to interact. Let's go back, or you can put them outside of the container, as I understand it. This is what he's calling that they had sold the replication units or the alkalizer units in the way. So the third one in this one, I think they're calling it Sight. And this is the one, again, not so expensive. They're looking for feedback. All these products, I believe, are being made into a type of application. Okay, you have a very hard process of when you have your period or you go through that cycle, you can actually balance it out so that you perhaps can go to work, or perhaps members of your family don't get so out of balance because you're out of balance. And I think we'll have some beautiful testimonies, and this has been my wish that we see more of these amazing testimonials. Of course, you're reporting back to the Keshe Foundation, but you're also, I think, allowed to share it with the others. And the third one in that first set of these was what we called the Twinity Sight Gans. Again, let's just see if there's any sort of description. No, I don't see anything there, but you're getting 2 of these. And Mr. Keshe said this would help not so much for physical sight, as I understand it, but maybe it could be, but the using the eye of the soul, or helping in the transmutation process. So this is another one that can be applied. Even with the cup of man, he told us about applying the cup number 2 of the cup of man as much as you like on the feet, and the cup of man number 1 as much as you'd like on the head. And that creates this sort of twinity where these fields interact and create a third or other energies between the 2. Let's just go back and cover what he had, what's been brought out by the foundation next, I believe, was the pause and the flagpole. And this has quite a long description, which we read before. You can take a look at this. Again, these are out for tests. This is going to be for a 6-month period. And it's to develop applications, as I understand it. The flagpole is obviously for the man, and which there is a beautiful explanation in the workshops that he delivered. And then, of course, the which was the pause one here, is for the woman. So if you're a couple and you've gone into menopause, even if you're single, Mr. Keshe said, it'll bring a new dimension into the relationship, but it'll benefit you as well. This would be for the woman, the Twinity pause GANs, and the flagpole would be for the man. And apparently you can restore your amorphous side of your relationship in a way, and probably some beautiful emotional connections as well is made there. We haven't heard any feedback, and I'm not even sure if any of these products have been shipped out of the store yet because of the fact that the personnel was on the European holiday. But you can certainly put your order in, and a small price to pay rather than going to a marriage counselor and or a psychologist and trying to work that out. Apparently, these are going to bring some beautiful interactions and, in a way, a rekindling of the relationship between the husband and wife, or maybe between you and your lover or your partner. Again, the next one in the line of products, if I recall, was, he said, the detachment GANs. And again, let's just see. He's talking about here, and again, we're all addicted to something. And as he said, the one addiction we won't get over is the addiction to fields in the universe. We're always going to be addicted to fields. But it can range. The property of this technology, the Twinity detachment GANs, is to reduce the need for repetition to reach the same field strength of the emotion. This means that what you crave for, be it chocolate, be it the smoke, be it the sex, be it the drugs, be it medicine, whatever you crave for, you can test to see, to eradicate and stop the repetition. The use of this material is simple. Follow the instructions provided to you with the GANs bottle. Repeat it until the need or the feeling for repetition is finished. So again, it could be gambling, it could be, as he said, sex, drugs, alcohol, and other perhaps emotional things that you may not even know you're addicted to, or these repetitive patterns that people go through. So that is the detachment. And then to go along with the detachment, apparently what's been here is called the Twinity stamina GANs. In other words, to me, I think it's to keep actually what you've changed within yourself to strengthen the soul. The Twinity stamina GANs, this is a new technology where we change and bring the matter state and plasma state together. You'll be receiving instructions on how to use the two together and how to build the stamina with the bottle of Twinity stamina GANs. You can combine the stamina with the Twinity flagpole GANs or Twinity pause GANs. That this gives you a new dimension of strength and confirmation. Yeah, that's it. Strength and confirmation of the possibility of much more energy and relaxation and bringing peace to the physicality. And how precious is peace? This is what we'd like to see, that emotion of completeness, or the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, where we see that ice cube that's shown in the Universal Council video, the creation of the Universal Council, where we only see the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, where you don't need the job, you don't need the money, you don't need almost anything, you don't need the food, because you're in a state of balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Very similar probably to the way the creator operates. He doesn't need the name, the face, or the place in so many ways. And of course, the final product, as he said, was one for sleep, which is, I don't think it's in the store yet, and one for specifically for migraines and how debilitating migraines can be for many people, where they can't, again, almost like the cycle, where they can't go to work, the cramping, the rest of it, but the migraines are quite debilitating again. And these are for tests for the next 6 months. And they're asking people that use these products to make notes or see what you notice, any sort of changes, get back to the foundation with your report, and this will be made or is being made into a application. As I say, okay, you're having a migraine headache, you'll tune into channel 85 for migraines, and you'll sit there and listen till that situation or whatever's causing it gets balanced out. I don't know what the success rate is, but I believe it'll be quite high, as he said with Nick. And so we should see successes like this right across the world. And if you haven't heard Nick's testimonial, you can go into the 554 workshop and listen to that again. A phenomenal report of colon issues and perhaps even cancer within the colon and the bleeding and the rest stopping after one of the sessions. And when he reported it, it was 12 days later. This is a condition that he's lived with and existed with on and off over the last 4 years. So what a beautiful touching, again, from 10,000 miles away, no medication was used, nothing was used other than the fields, and just putting on that headphone and listening and waiting for the soul to change a dimension within the dimension of physicality, as I understand it. Okay, we're just after the hour. So that's basically it. And of course, the conference is coming up in Iran. This is still on the table, as I understand it. And this will happen in November, pending any other issues, but hopefully everything is getting worked out. And we know that area of the world and the whole world, in a way, at least the northern hemisphere, has some issues they need to settle down with all these things. From the Middle East to the East to even the West as well. Everybody seems to be saber rattling at one another for whatever reason. But this, you can sign up at $7,500. You'll meet in Vienna, which you'll have to get yourself there, and the rest will be covered by, as I say, the Keshe Foundation, other than the food and the lodging. But I'm not sure about the lodging as well. Our regular transmutation test, which happens the third Friday of every month, and this is what happened with Nick, and we've heard other stories about finger straightening, jaws repositioning, and other small things, increasing your ability to absorb fields for feeding yourself rather than using the matter state that has gained life, and we consume that. The transmutation test has offered a lot, and I think what's happening here is there's little changes being made so that when the transmutation comes, the structure is ready to be able to handle this. It's almost like, if you take a plane to a certain critical point of breaking the sound barrier, sometimes these planes rattle apart. So I think what's happening in many of these cases, and there's different things that go on in there, but it's in a way strengthening your structure to be able to go through a full transmutation, which again, the first time it happens to anybody is going to be quite shocking, I think. But apparently people are quite close to this within the Keshe Foundation, as he mentioned. If they want to come into public once they achieve this full transmutation, and they want to transfer it to the others, we'll be able to join with them in a way. To understand how they understood it. And these will become the new teachers for the transmutation. As he said, we all have the capability to do this. Even the worm, even the spider, even the cat, all have the ability to transmute. But it's just that we've never understood it. And now we're going deeper and deeper into this process. And of course, one of the bigger parts of this process is the dissolving of the borders. Because when people can change their map locations, what use is a border, an invisible border? The birds don't have it, the fish don't have it, and none of the mammals have it other than mankind. So what's going to happen is this is part of the process of bringing down the borders between nations as we move into this one nation planet. And that's part of the show on Tuesday, One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And of course, peace isn't the final step. It's only the next step into uniting with the universal community or the larger family. We see the UFOs, and again, that's more or less matter state, but they are from the same creator as you. But there's other entities, and as we develop glasses and telescopes that will have certain things in there to be able to see the universe. As he said, it's quite a crowded place. Every square meter, every square empty space has a soul in it, and we're passing through. This is almost like a huge creation of an entity in a way. Some function as the kidney, some function as the liver, some function as the lung, and the rest of it, but it's all part of the same body. So this is what's happening in these transmutation tests. And of course, man had always dreamed to be able to change his map location. Why am I suffering here? There's no water. The conditions are not good. The political situation is very rough. The food is not there. So by being able to transmute, you can change your map location. And when conditions are more favorable from where you came from, you can always go back. And this will be the beautiful part of it. Of course, the foundation is also developing systems to move you in the matter state, in the UFO, and the rest of this. Very high speed. But of course, we're still in the kindergarten phase in a way of this, although people are getting closer and closer. We'll have to see. Where shall we go from here? I thought Dean's question to Mr. Keshe in the 544 was
I have a question.
yes.
Good day back. Mr. Keshe said to be invincible, you change the field strength. Now, how do we do that? Is it within us or changing the field strength of the environment? And if we are to do that, would that invincibility be, to you or to the next person looking at you? So how do we do that? And then is it invincible to the rest of the people in that environment or just to you?
You mean like if I put my head under the sand, I'm invisible to the rest? Because I can't see them.
He mentioned the mirror. If
Yeah.
you're changing the field strength, is it field strength within you to where you don't, with your eyes, you can't see you in the mirror? Now, with someone else that has not changed his field strength, would they still be able to see you? Because their field strength is still intact, but you change your field strength so you can actually look at yourself and don't see yourself.
Yeah, I think you match the field strength of the environment, and therefore you become invisible, even though you're still there. This is one of the questions I had. If you're still there in the physicality, but you can't be seen, you're in a way in a different dimension, or you've blended in with the environment. If you had a dog, would he smell you and sort of cock his head and say, "What's going on? I know you're there, but I can't see you"? Would he bark at you? Would he be able to smell you?
Yeah,
this is one of the things.
Mentioned that.
Yeah.
He said that, but it was I don't know if it was a rhetorical question. When he mentioned that is the dog able to go through you? So if the dog was able to go through you, does that mean the dog didn't see you? So you're still invincible. The field strength
but you're still
of the
there.
dog, but you're still there. So, but how is that?
We'll have to hear from one who's done it. Anyone have done it here? Would anyone like to share about this or share a deeper understanding of this becoming invisible in a way? I think, sure, if you were being...
Mark?
Yes?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I remember Mr. Keshe saying when he decided to accept being a teacher here for us, he couldn't see the light anymore. Then he knew he was a part of it. That's all I can say. Just for now. I just remembered that. He was a part of it. He was in it. It's like if I'm in, I think Alex sometimes says this, if I'm in the fourth dimension, I can see the third, the second, and the first, but I can't see the fourth because I'm in it. That's all I can say to try and help. Okay, thanks.
All right. Yeah, this is what Ike is talking about here at minute 22 of the 555. You'll find that you can change the dimension of the strength of your soul that's standing in front of even a mirror. You become invisible. But doesn't mean that when you reach that stage, that field strength and the dog runs in the room, does it pass through you in a physical dimension? That's a question. Doesn't see you? Another question. Is it aware of your existence? Another question. In the space technology, we achieve this. We change the fields. 1 second you see a craft, and you hear how many times they say they just blinked out. They were there, and all of a sudden they were gone. I think they're still there, but again, they've blended in with the environment. We achieve this. We change the fields. 1 second you see a craft, 1 second you don't see a craft, because we create a parallel strength field lines, even still in the same position. Man has such a capability. Man has it within him, always has it, always had it. And now we have to learn that the field strength, many of you which go through the, will start teaching you in the coming weeks. So there's still things to be taught about this, Ike, but I think in a way he's getting us mentally prepared to believe we can do this. And in a way, the belief creates the emotion, the emotion creates the condition for the plasma to then do its work. So we have to be taught a little bit more. I know that we've saw reactors with Ali, I think in Canada, put his hand in the reactor, and they've shown a number of pictures, I think, on the internet where some of these healers actually put their hand within the physical structure of another person's body. This is, again, beyond belief, but not beyond the understanding of the creation and what we all have the capability of doing. Again, to serve,
If you,
not to harm. Go ahead.
yeah, it's if you notice, that's phenomenon called a mirage. As you're traveling on the road, and then you seems like you can see there's some kind of water of
Oh, the oasis,
what?
yes.
Yeah. So what is that? Is it a position or a process where the field strength of our eyes was altered to where we couldn't understand, we couldn't differentiate between the road and then the air. So is that type of process of changing the environment? Because we do see that phenomenon. If I'm traveling, I can see a mirage. It looks like water on the road, but as I get closer, it disappears. It's still normal. So why am I not able not to see that road? I didn't change my field strength. So what changed that situation that I wasn't able to see that?
I don't know. Anyone want to comment on this? I know your belief, so if you're wandering in the desert and you're looking for water and you're so thirsty and you're believing water is there, apparently the belief creates the emotion to see the oasis, but when you get there, there's no oasis there.
Right.
I don't understand it all, Ike, but anyone else want to make a comment on this, what Ike is talking about? You're talking when you're driving down the highway and you see these sort of waves coming off the road, the heat. Is that what you're referring to, or something else?
Right. It's kind of that. It's like a mirage or something like wet. It's some, I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, it looks kind of
is
cloudy. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
There's an explanation in simple physics, and that is that the surface of the road is so hot, or the surface of the desert is so hot, that the air there is thinner than the area above it. And therefore there is a surface on which the light bounces off. It's like a mirror, and therefore the sky is reflected in it.
Ah, so you could see a
so
pool of
it's not.
water. Yeah,
Yes, it's
from the
really the
blue.
sky.
Wow, that's a nice
Okay, so
explanation, Erm. Thank you.
Right.
And of course, sometimes what you believe you can see. It doesn't always work from what's outside of you shining in a way into you, but what you believe within yourself can actually, the mind, I think, can work the other way and actually project something. So that may not be there.
We had the same experience when we were in Mexico and we were snorkeling in the ocean where there was fresh water coming in from below the ground through caves. And there was the same kind of surface between the salt water and the fresh water. And so that was another mirror. It was very interesting. You swim, snorkel in there and you look at a mirror. You can see through it, but it's definitely a surface that you see.
But what he's talking about here is not an illusion or a trick of the eye or a trick of the light. He's talking about blending in or matching the energy within the environment and you become invisible. And we all have it.
But he said, but that process is there, like what she just explained. If that is physics, so is the field strength in that location changing? What is it, the heat of the sun that change the field strength for that particular location that it reflects? So if I'm able to not see myself in the mirror, what am I projecting out of me that altered that vision for my eyes?
I can't answer that until I'm able to do it, maybe. Anyone want to try and answer Ike's curiosity?
Well, it's okay. We just need to keep pondering until we figure it out. Because,
that would be a good question for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Right.
When you come into the reactor group, Keshe Plasma KPRG, that could be one of the questions that we could formulate for Mr. Keshe. How, do we, as I understand it, you're matching the fields of the environment and therefore you become part of the environment. To do
that's what,
yep.
That's what she, wasn't it? Girls just said, you become part of it. So how do you become part of that field of environment? I remember Mr. Case also mentioned something about breathing. You breathe in a certain way, and then you alter your field. Do anybody remember that?
Well, this is what he was describing about our capabilities and our capacities. We haven't even really opened up what the structure can accomplish or what it's capable of. We've been so connected to the physicality that these other things, and again, when you doubt it, then as he said, you might as well not even start if you have all these doubts. So you have to go in a believing that you can do it rather than doubting you can do it. I know I practiced this yesterday. I sort of had the lights off in the bathroom, but not enough. It wasn't dark, but it was sort of a little light from the hallway. The door was almost closed and a little bit of light coming through the window in the bathroom, even though the shade was pulled. And it was an interesting experience. It almost was like I had an aura around my head. But then I realized it was actually those little bit of light coming in from the left and coming in from the right side, from the window and the door, that made it look like I had an aura, but it was quite interesting. At first I thought, wow, you're doing something here. And then I realized it was just in a way a trick of the light. But we have to practice, as he said, a lot of this, it takes a lot of practice and understanding. And he also
there's a question.
Yeah.
And there's a question on that, on the chat somebody put up. It says, for years, I have not been able to wear a watch. They all stopped working, digital or mechanical. Makes no difference. Plasmatic body energy protecting itself.
Yeah, Randy came in and described that for us. You might have been out at that point or in between coming
Yes,
in and
sorry.
out. So we all have the ability to transmute and even become invisible. And these are probably little things that even though when he teaches it, you're still going to have to practice it, because what exactly the way you do it may not be exactly the way I need to do it, but the concepts will be the same as I understand it. But as your reactor is slightly different than my reactor, there may be a little bit, there's no formula for most of this. As he said, you cannot write down formulas to do this, even though we like to have that. And we do use a couple of formulas within the Keshe Foundation. The gravitational minus the magnetical equals the structure. What you're pulling in minus what you're giving out is your structure. Anyone else want to, or has anyone addressed this possibility of invisibility? And of course, the magicians do it all the time, don't they? But again, that's a trick. And Mr. Keshe says he doesn't use magic. His knowledge is his magic. And if you understand it, you become magician too.
Yeah, another comment on the same thing.
Sure.
And that is, think about water. If you look down into the water, it's clear. If you look at it from an angle, basically it's like a mirror. And that's because the light bounces off of it when it comes in at an angle. If it goes straight, then it goes straight through. And maybe that's how people could become invisible, by somehow changing an angle. Maybe not through the matter state of water or something like that, but something equivalent. Because you can be a fish, and when somebody looks at you from the side at an angle to the water, nobody could see anything in the water until they look straight down.
Mm-hmm. Again, more of our capabilities and our capacities that we haven't fully opened up about our structure.
And the difference between water and the mirage is that there's a very clear delineation between the water and the air. While with a mirage, it's not clear because it's both air. It's just different layers of air. The one that's touched with the hot ground is much thinner than what's above, but it's all still air. That's all.
When you say air, isn't that fields?
Well, everything's fields.
Correct.
So yeah, I'm just looking at it from the words and the images and the experience that I have. And it may be totally transferable to everywhere else.
Right. And as he said, when you need the knowledge, you'll receive it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just to show off in front of others. Look, even though that would be a great demonstration for people on the stage. I know the Buddha did that. He disappeared in front of people and appeared on the other side of the lake in front of 500 people, according to Mr. Keshe. And we've heard these stories in the past. So he was able to transmute, although he didn't fully understand how to teach it. He could still do it. And we're going to go into that position, but the ones that are doing it within the Keshe Foundation are, if they're willing to, come forward and teach it in the public, and you can connect to them somehow. So maybe there'll be a transfer of this knowledge from one who's able to do it to others who are not able to do it, if you're willing.
What has always fascinated me is when I'm at the ocean, I look at the horizon. In one direction, the water below the horizon is white. And when I look in the other direction, it is dark blue. And that all has to do with the angles of how the light bounces off. But it's always been fascinating to me. Because the water itself isn't blue. What we see is the blue from the sky. And why is the sky blue? It's because the way the light is scattered, the blue light is scattered more than the red light. That's why the sunsets are red. The light comes straight through, while the rest of the day the sky is blue.
I thought it was just because the creator liked blue. That's why the
That
sky
too.
is blue.
Well, that one does not deny the other. He likes red sunsets and blue skies. That's why it's made
Very
that way.
good.
Or that's
And-
why our eyes are made that way, to see it that way. Because they aren't blue, that we just see them as blue. How do I know that you see blue the same as I do?
Oh, that's exactly what Mr. Keshe has always said. You describe red to one person, it creates a different emotion in them, because some countries it means different things. And depending what shade of red is red to you.
Right.
So again, this is why it's all about you and understanding yourself.
And the label red is just something that you learned in relation to a particular perception, but it may be perceived differently by someone else, but it's still given the same label. So the other person has the label red for one thing that they perceive, and I have it for something different that I perceive.
Yeah, it creates different emotions and different reactions, and different what's red to you, it may not be the same red to me.
Right.
And as Alex likes to say, you know, with the blue jeans, they're not actually blue. That's the color they can't hold, which is again a mystery in how all this works. And I would imagine it's the same with skin colors, isn't it?
Yeah.
What you see is what that entity cannot hold.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is why in the hot countries people are black, and the black absorbs more heat from the sun. But maybe it's just for the
It's
absorbing
nanocoating.
light rays for the vitamin D production. So in the northern countries, you are white so that you can absorb more light.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Keshe said. The black skin is the best skin to have, as it's nano-coated. It's a shielding and a protection for you, allowing you to absorb, but also allowing a protection for you, as we know. So there's so many things that are counterintuitive to what we've been taught within this knowledge, this deep, deep knowledge of the universal understanding of creation.
Yeah, I think the color has something to do with selective absorption of different parts of the light. Like the black technically absorbs all different wavelengths. But then once it absorbs all of those, it gives off heat. So I don't understand all that very well.
Well, you sound like Mrs. Da Vinci to me. Very good. Even Alex said, well said, Irmgard.
My father taught me that.
I agree. I agree today. Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She's on it.
Yeah, my father taught me that when I was little. I don't know if for some reason people then were more educated about that, but it had to do with Goethe's color theory, the German poet and writer Goethe. Like he was like a Da Vinci.
Right. And of course, Mr. Keshe has been compared to Da Vinci as well, but as I understand it, he's well past Da Vinci, where Da Vinci was trying to open up these cadavers and find out what powers them. Mr. Keshe arrives on the scene and explains exactly what powers them, that central energy, or the soul of the man. But this is what Da Vinci was looking and getting these cadavers and trying to find out, where's the battery in this thing? What's powering this thing? Never could, never found it.
And now Da Vinci edits videos.
Yes. We're getting up to the Doma piece, but I would like to play Dean's question from the last workshop again. And there's so many things we could play. This is about the twin star and the rest. But I thought we would go back to this aurora. And this is what happened in 23. I just thought it was a sort of a passing event. And yes, nothing happened to the Earth, so I guess we're okay until the next aurora or the next cosmic event happens. But apparently the sun is getting involved in this process of elevating this planet. But as Mr. Keshe said, we'll have to see whether it makes man more peaceful or more aggressive or whatever. But hopefully it's this whole process of elevating the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. And the sun is starting to take, as I said, I think there'll be more than one session of this. It could create some calamities as we're seeing snow in Europe, we're seeing flooding and other things, but the foundation is also prepared to assist in these disasters as well. And maybe this is another way where the technology becomes front and center. Where if there's a disaster in a nation, they call the Keshe Foundation to provide feeding or medicine or even a dome over the area. If it's a very cold, they can keep the heat in and keep people warm and survive. So this may be part of showing the technology as well, where the sun causes energy transfer to this planet, but at the same time, events change and other things are called for, and the Keshe Foundation is in a position to deliver those things, even remotely. So this is going to cause a huge wake up. Go ahead. Did you want to say something else?
No, thank you.
I can only tell by your mic being open or closed. So let's hear a little bit of this from Dean. This was just, in a way, one of his questions that he asked, but to me, this is the work we're trying to replicate, because your soul is a sun in the cosmos of the universe, but it's a sun because it was shrunken down to 2 or 3 perhaps microns, and this was part of the creation of the whole process. So you actually carry this star within you, and that's what Mr. Keshe was saying. When we look to the others, we see, if you can get to that point, nothing but a star in the other soul.
Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a couple more hands up here with Dean and Lynn. Dean, would you like to go ahead first, please?
Thank you, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for a beautiful teaching as usual. Very informative, and I'm sure many people have understood much more of the plasma.
And again, this is a picture from NASA. You can see where the aurora, and we saw a lot of pictures out of Canada and other parts where it was most strong in a way, or this is the rain area in so many ways. But as Mr. Keshe said, everyone on this planet was touched by this rain or these fields. He said it's one thing, your skin can block the moisture coming in, but it cannot block the magnetic fields. So the sun, for that brief period of time, has inputted energy into this planet. And normally, as Mr. Keshe said, you elevate the soul or you give it more energy, it starts to show its beauty. But again, this is a huge process. But this is a picture from NASA, and this is probably where the stronger energy is in the here, and also maybe weaker. But again, I'm not familiar at all with auroras or white dwarfs or any of that things that happen within solar systems and stars, but we're studying it. We're learning a little bit more step by step.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Sorry, I started the wrong video.
You sort of explained, as you always do, on a soul level, for before I can ask them. So,
yeah.
So
have we ever stopped you asking questions?
No. No, because this is a human nature, Mr. Keshe. You know this, and it's not until we go into the another condition, the Universal Council and things, then the condition changes. But as a human being, based, we're always going to have these limitations, these conversations. So Can I ask, so would with all the knowledge and everything that's been shared and all the technology that you've given out, and we know this is from a very high source, a very high field strength, would the people that are going through the transmutations, this is a very long process. I know we're in the testing phase and people have said this, and we're experiencing, or the knowledge seekers are experiencing many things. For humanity to go through this, have you just explained what's going to happen on a larger scale? Has this already taken place with this cosmic event?
What do you mean?
So people are going to be going from point A to point B. You're teaching this transmutation and transportation. So you just talk about spaceships, transportation. And many times you've spoken about people will not even be able to go into the ships unless they reach a certain elevation, a certain humbleness and peacefulness. So many people will not get to experience this, or will they, with what's just happened with this cosmic event?
You think you hit the jackpot?
No, I don't.
I do what I like, and then I wait. There'll be a cosmic event, and I just jump it. There's going to be changes. There's no difference. We cannot stop this process. Let me explain to you in another way. Due to interaction of the magnetic field of the plasma of the sun on the earth, what happened? It happened exactly the same as the rain comes. When the rain comes, when you have a storm, it rains on everything, on the tree, on the cat, on the man, on the car, on the floor, on the ground, on the rabbit in the rabbit hole. Everybody gets that rain. It might be a cold rain, you freeze, maybe you energize you from inside. It might be a warm rain and say, oh my God, what a pleasure. When we receive this extension of the energy from the sun, if you remember, we had that aurora which came all the way, they could see it and spread it down lines up to God knows where. A lot of people were witness to it. There is no difference between the aurora and the rain from the sky. This is the magnetic fields which we receive. And we all received it. Most of us who were in it, we received it. And it's not all visible. Some of it is invisible because it's an interact to create light, but it's there. So this event has rained upon all of us. And the beauty of it is because it's got the magnetic field spectrum, it rains upon even the fish in the ocean. And then it has an effect on us. It will change us. Would it elevate us? We have to see, because it's part of the structure. Would the people from Northern Hemisphere closer to the, what they call the polar devil, like in Denmark and others who were received most of it, or they were longer time in it, would they change? Would they become more aggressive? Or would they change to become more peaceful? We have to wait and see. Or was it so sustainable long that man has totally switched from peaceful to aggression? Social, physical, what they call semantic of this event will be understood maybe in 100 years. If people understand to connect it the right way. With the culture of a nation changes because they all received this, they all elevated. Or did they got rid of part they didn't want in that process? It just rained in and it took it away. This rain wasn't just visual. this. It wasn't just that your skin is the only rain that your skin cannot stop. It's a magnetic plasmatic and it goes right through you. You get it. No choice. And what kind of behavior this change will bring, we have to watch. We're seeing the physical change. I explained to you, no one ever knew this. In past half an hour, I explained to you the equator line, the desert line, and how it happens. And I showed you, you want to play, we show you the UFO, and then you see, ooh, it is that.
Okay, and if you go back in this video, you'll hear how he explained the movement of the continents, the change of the inclination of the angle of this planet, and other things never been explained before. So again, more knowledge for you scientists, but we all got it, as he said, get it? So since we all have more energy now, or most of us do, I think, let's go to our dome of peace if we can. And let's create that dome of peace. And this is a regular process, as we know. This has been changed a little bit as of late. I saw this posted in the Universal Council chat. This is the invitation for you to replicate the work of the sun in a way. As we know, we can touch any soul. You can provide the fields in a way. So this is an invitation from the Universal Council, invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European summertime, or Central European time as I understand it. So they're both the same, summer or winter. We connect daily in this process. For the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So this is an ongoing process. It's not a day job, as we understand these, even with what the sun did with the earth, we'll have to see the changes it brings, but we'll see, or perhaps if scientists understand, they'll link the changes on this planet to that point in 2023. And as I indicated, I think there's more of these sessions in a way. It's, to me, it's almost like being processed in the Ubisos for the kidney stones or other things. It may take a few sessions to elevate the child as the mother kisses the child. For the elevation, the sun has, in a way, kissed the earth and all its inhabitants. So we know we've all received quite a bit of energy through this process. And now, since we receive more, we should be able to give more. And that's part of the work of the Universal Council and each of every one of you who wants to participate in this process. Let's just, again, this is the first step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, the Brazilian team has put this little background together, which they're doing, the Chinese are doing, I'm sure the Germans are doing, the French, the Italians, the English, and the rest every Sunday, which is today, 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. CET or CEST. We can release plasma waters. This is something for our physicality to do. And we know that the water is carrying the fields of the plasma, and it goes where it needs to go. It seems to know where it needs to go, and it knows what it needs to do, which is bringing a balance in. You can use any of the GANS waters, as I understand it. Here it's saying use your plasma water from Cup of Life 1 and 2 to make plasmatic spraying, or even just releasing it into the fountains and into the rivers, the streams, the oceans, or spraying it. It was very funny. Yesterday I had put one of the stray cats has a bit of some sort of, it looks like he's been scratching a lot or a lot of flea bites. So I had put I started this maybe last week. I put just 3 sprays of the CuO, the copper oxide, into the water dish outside, hoping that it would maybe help with the parasitic condition or whatever that cat is experiencing. It's an all-white cat with a lot of red spots on its ears and its nose from scratching, it appears to me. So I put this in there. All of a sudden, I have a catbird in there trying to take a bath. And this thing is only maybe 8 inches by 6 inches by 3 inches high. So it's just a small plastic dish. Next thing I know, the cardinal is coming and he's trying to get the other bird out of there so he can do the same thing. And there's plenty of water around here. It's not like they have to come on the ground and take a bath in here. Then a couple chickadees were there, the little tiny birds, and they're trying to get in on the act. One is pecking the other and they're sort of chasing each other out. But I said, they must have sensed the fields in this water. And of course, we saw this with Gianni as well. So the animals are quite sensitive to the fields, but and hopefully they get some sort of processing through just the 3 quick sprays through a sprayer. Not a lot of it, just a spray on the surface and it mixes together, but they seem to be quite enamored with it. And for birds to come on the ground when there's a lot of stray cats in the area, let's say there's at least 3 or 4 in my area right here between my neighbor's house and my house, they must have been getting something out of it. And they weren't drinking it, more or less. A couple of them did, but they were more sort of bathing. And we see this in puddles on the street and other places where they do this. It's probably for parasites and other things, or they do it in the sand. But I thought that I wish I had a video of it. I would play it. Maybe I'll capture a video in the future. But this is a way of releasing the Gans waters. And we can do this on Sunday. So let's hear, and thank you, Stefania. Let's hear the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. And of course, you're putting your good intentions into this Gans water as well. Something for the physicality to do. And as he said, this is connecting the wellness centers together. And perhaps you are a wellness center, or it's helping the fields that you're generating. So this is the first step.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice.
You,
okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And jokingly, one time Mr. Keshe said, this is the way you take over a planet, in a way. Of course, he was laughing at that point, but this is getting us all on the same page in a way, and bringing a peaceful, permanent solution is just by releasing Gans waters as step 1 of creating this Dome of Peace. And it, as the sun did, it's affecting everything. That water goes in the river, which travels down to the ocean, and it mixes, and it goes all over the planet. And the more of this we do, I think the quicker we will see a solution. Apparently, it's been done before in the universe. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace. Something for your physicality to do, something you can put your beautiful intentions into the Gans water. And in the beginning, I said, gee, how can water kind of do this, or the fields really do this? But we're doing this in unison in a way, as we heard at 12 noon or 6 p.m. every Sunday. And of course, you're not limited to Sunday. The same with the elevation from your own soul to others. You're not limited to doing it once a week, but as Mr. Keshe said in the second step, do it all the time. And here is the second step of the creation of the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Stefania. Now we'll hear from Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here all the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Again, thank you very much, Shweta, for doing that. The Brazilian team has also, on Wednesday, you can join them in an actual meeting in Telegram or Keshe.Brazil, and you can go and meet with them. It's about 30, 40 minutes, depending on how much interaction. Most of the time is a time of quiet or time of silence. And this is done on Wednesday for the elevation of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the rest. But they're also doing it every day, daily intentions. So you can join them in a physical meeting. I think the daily intention, again, 2 a.m. You'd have to calculate your time, but you can meet them in a physical meeting if that's what you like or that works into your schedule or you'd like to support in that way. But the one with the Universal Council, there's no formal meeting. It's just a matter of gathering together on the soul level at a particular time. And the reason for the collectiveness of it, because we're stronger together. We have a bouquet of fields in a way. And your field may be the one that's needed to unlock this peace dome in so many ways for so many different souls in this planet. So don't think you're an insignificant part and you're not important in this process. We're all important in this process, and it's all important for us to learn some of more of our capabilities of touching other souls, elevating other souls, even if they elevate above our soul. That is not a problem. We don't lose anything. As you nourish the others, you become nourished. As you give, you receive. So we're understanding more and more of this. So there's a number of ways to participate in this, informal meetings or just on the actual soul level. But so there's options for you to become active. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's up to humanity to bring the change. They could do it in the flick of the finger, but we'll never keep it if we don't bring it and do it in a way ourselves. So let's, anyone want to add anything on this process? And I wanted to read again what Mr. Keshe here, he's talking about the satellites, what you say. Okay, there is one thing which I would like the knowledge seekers through the elevation of the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation is to support us in what Keshe Foundation has endeavored in the past few weeks to create a new phase in the world peace and to create a new structure that sets up to what I call gradually to become one nation. This process started and it needs a lot of what I call support in the dimension of the soul. And if we all wish for the peace and what we have in the world, we can start creating the environment of peace in the next phase for world peace. All you need to do is to, in a way, concentrate to help to be there when it's needed, not in a physical way, that we get the elevation of the world leaders' souls to bring that final phase in. Mankind is ready for that phase. And now we have to bring that religious part to the end, which we have started. And we need that help to be there, that the soul of humanity goes for it. And in a way, the world peace and the totality as a whole, ending of the war between the religions we have started. And I hope we succeed this time in a beautiful way. So you can certainly be part of this change and bringing the peace to so many others. And in other words, you're building that bridge of peace that the others can enjoy in the near future or in the distant future. Any comments from anyone? Anyone would like to say anything about this? I'm just looking for our background here. And let's take 2.5 minutes of silence. This was a background created by the Brazil team, and we thank them for all the assistance they're giving to us and the Chinese, and just the beautiful work they're doing. And again, we're all equal in this work. And as we know, I think all these language communities will eventually move into a single structure. I think this is again, coalescing of the knowledge seekers and under the same science, let's say, under the same language of the plasma and the plasma technology. So we'll all be able to relate. So let's, instead of taking 5 minutes, as Mr. Keshe, it should only take 2 seconds to transmute, let's take 2.5 minutes. Let's use the collective power of our souls to touch the 5+1 peace negotiators, the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And you can participate every day for 1 nanosecond, for 1 second, for 5 seconds, for 1 minute, whatever you'd like, and then extend it. Not just once a day because this is the set time, but if you see a world leader's face appear to you, or an image, or you're hearing a story told about Italy or France, think of the world leader in that country. We're not elevating the man, we're elevating the soul of the man. And we all have the capability to make this happen, but it's up to you to become interactive as you choose. So let's take 2.5 minutes and just go through this process and see how easy it is to work through the plasma dimension as the sun did. It didn't come down and shake the earth violently and said, get into order here. No, it just put a bit of energy in there. And you'll see the change over the coming weeks and months and years. It's the same process we're doing. And of course, your soul is a star, so you have the capability to radiate the fields. And we start now. And thank you all, and we can see how easy it is to work through this plasma dimension. And again, not just once a day, but do it all the time or whenever you feel, in a way, prompted to do it, even if it's for just a second or two. It does bring the change, and it does add fields, and you're learning more about yourself and your interactions on the energy level. And this is what we are. We're really energy entities in a way. We've just added some physicality onto it. Okay, thank you all. And I think we're ready to, Alex, we've come in pretty close on time here for your presentation. As you said, the frosting is already on the cake, so let's have at it if we could. Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting week after week and sharing with us your understanding of this very deep knowledge.
And thank you for coordinating everything there, Mark. And you have been leading the pack. That's a fact. So it's beautiful Sunday afternoon in some parts of the world, and I thank you all for being here because you're all part of the beauty. So let's get this important business out of the way so we can get down to the other important business. So please stand by.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you, everybody. And welcome to the American Knowledge Team meeting. As we always say, it's a very important meeting. We're represented here by pretty much all the continents around the world except for the penguin continent. But it's not the quantity, it's the quality. And we're trying to add more knowledge because not only as mature students, we have to be better at our teaching, but the new students have to be welcome. And but you know, we've been doing this for over a decade, and so there's a lot of catching up for the new students. So we're trying to distill everything into a more comprehensive manner, and so we keep trying. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. Yeah, we've moved on to the basic transmutation level. We're going to discuss speed of rotation. Again, my name is Alex Skorik. I'm from Canada. It is September the 15th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As we said, it's an extension of what we've been doing for the last 4 years. And, you know, and here we are, we're discussing the speed of rotation as part of the transmutation process. And why is that important? because we're still stuck on this hesitancy highway, and we're trying to figure out what is the relevance to that in our lives. You know, like, what does it really matter? Where's the practical application? And once we realize that we're in the lowest energy state, then we start to realize that, you know, no wonder life is so hard. I say it's a hard road to hoe. And it's because, you know, we've been chasing things, and you know, have we been chasing our tail, you know, like a dog, or maybe we should just stop playing with frisbees because we're missing a lot of stuff. So the first time we discussed the speed of rotation was in the Intermediate Earth Space series on November the 20th of 2022. And well, I tried to explain at that point in time, but you know, we've moved on because we're searching for outer space. And so as we're trying to increase the rotation cycle, this is going to help us to get on the plasma highway to our little piece of pie in the sky. And then we'll see that not only is our little piece not a circle, but it doesn't rotate. It's only part of another rotating field. And even at that point, that field is only a piece of the pie. And so we look at the rest of the field and we say, oh my, that is a big pie. And we are not invited. And so we wonder why. And as explained in the books of Marantav Keshe, book number 1, there was an order of creation, and it's a universal order of creation, a universal order of creation of matter. And matter is something that really matters to us because we're part of that matter. But the thing is that is book number 2 shows there's a structure of the light, and that light helped us create this matter. And then book number 3, the origin of the universe. And we said, well, why is that book number 3? Why that should be book number 1? And that part is actually true. And the reason for it is because this is the origin of the universe, not of the origin of matter. And this is a key point. And so what we've been trying to figure out is how we can engage the rest of the universe. And so for 343 weeks, we've been bringing the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace with the members of the Universal Council, hosted by Rick Crammond. And not to understand that this is not a, shall we say, a master-slave relationship. This is a relationship of welcoming, the same way that we were welcomed to this planet when we were born. And so, as we've been taught, we try to follow these 10 commandments, and we were really, really struggling. But well, now we find out that there's more commandments, because not only does that round out the picture, but it sheds a lot of light on many of the parts of our existence that have been missing. So we are not on the plasma highway. That's where we're at. We're on the transmission highway, and it's the lowest energy state. And so we see that in the manifestation of carbon-12, which is a fundamental component of our existence. It's why we're organic. And it's also the connector to the rest of the universe. And we see that carbon in its various manifestations can go into various transition levels. So we did go down the transition highway, but we've seen that there's a divergence there between the carbon-10 and the carbon-14. And so that kind of says that we can go in a couple of different directions. Well, this is good because we're trying to get to that transmutation highway, and that's what we're discussing right now. Because as we look at our MAGRAV pie chart, and we need to understand what the MAGRAV means more. So this we know that the speed of light is a constant transmission, but it has a variable transition because, life is full of color. And then we have to wonder, because there's a lot of color that we can't see, is the speed of light just part of the pie? And is that all we're settling for? Is that why we get that small piece of pie? And we seem to really, really like it. And that's good. That doesn't give us too much indigestion. But our understanding is that the universe is 99% hydrogen. And I have to wonder, just like the rest of the pie, is the rest garbage? Or is it a conflict between affinity and prejudice? And how does prejudice get involved with this? So it's all part of the terminology. So we see originally that the X, Y, and Z axis facilitate transmission, but they also represent transition. And this transition takes us through the transmutation process. So not the same. So in each of these energy states, that's a medium. And the message travels on the medium. So it's just like your cell phone. Your cell phone is the medium, but each of us communicates on our cell phones differently. Some text, some talk, and some just throw it at you. But the thing is that what we're seeing is that, as we've been saying, the surface to volume ratios matter because when we're dealing with a two-dimensional surface of a sphere, we have two feeding dimensions, but when we get into the volume of the sphere, we're adding a third. And so we've come to the mathematical conclusion that 1 and 1 is more than 2. We don't know how much more. That's variable. But the thing is that in order to maintain that 2 and to consistently maintain that 2, it has to be fed by 1 and 1. And so as we watch this, we realize that we're not the one, we're not the other one, and we're not the 2. We're more than 2. And so we are the observer. And in many cases, because we don't understand what we're observing, we're also fudging the answers. And so we're in this different dimension, the observer fudger dimension. You can call it the 4th dimension, but that's not even very accurate. It's the 4th dimension in relationship to 3 dimensions. And so we've seen how we've manifested that in the cups of life, and we understand that that was not the cups of the pandemic, but thanks to the pandemic, it allowed us to elaborate more on how we can determine, using the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, and how we can advance from the basic carbon into ganses, which are a reflection of our inner space, our core space, our emotional strength. And it left us wondering, where did we get this strength from? And from what point did we arrive? And the only answer we get is some nebulous point somewhere, somehow. And it has to do something like with emotion. We found that the first cup is an emotional cup, the second cup is a physical cup, and that the 2 cups come together, they kind of represent the cup of man. And then we can create other ganses. So there's carbon dioxide, calcium, zinc, and copper. And then we find there are ganses of water and ganses of amino acid. So not the same. And we find that those 2 are in the same cup. And we know that oil and water don't mix, but if we take the plasmatic amino acid and add it to our water, it passes right through and becomes part of the whole structure. So in the plasmatic state, the oil and water do mix. And we're not restricted to that. We can create a lot of things because these are all radiance manifestation of a GANS, such as gold, for instance. And it all has to do with the MAGRAV energy transfer states. So when we're talking about the MAGRAVs, we don't necessarily specify the state. And we don't specify the transfer state, which is between the states. So when we look at the conservation, which is the balance, and in terms of energy, we find that there's a relationship of a magnetical gravitational field forces on one side and has to balance off with the magnetical gravitational field forces on the other side. But as we said, 1 and 1 is more than 2, and we didn't say that 1 equals the 1. And we didn't say which one, and we didn't say which dimension, and we didn't say that it had to be the same dimension. So we can look at the equality, if you will, in the atomic state or the nanostate or the GAN state or the energy transfer state or between states, which is to say we could look at the energy balance between the GAN state and the nanostate, for instance. And so this changes the whole way we view things, because now we have to take into consideration something other than ourselves. So when we look at something that's inanimate, like a stone, and if we apply the advanced plasma knowledge to it, and we find that since the stone is a MAGRAV, it must have a soul. But being a stone, it kind of reflects anchorage. It could be a commemoration, or it could be idolatry. It's an acknowledgement as confirmation. After all, in simple terms, we're the third rock from the sun. And we get a little wet sometimes. But, you know, that viewpoint comes from a point of prejudice. And so we could say that the periodic table of elements is actually a periodic table of prejudice, because when we look at all the elements of the Earth space range details, we find that these various elements, in terms of their physicality, when we talk about the physicality, let's talk about solid physicality. So we are looking at products that are in specific areas around the world. When we get into more liquid or gaseous, then we can see that there's a blending. But even still, we can isolate. And so this isolation process becomes a point of prejudice. And because we're able to isolate these Earth space range details, we feel that we should do the same thing in our society. So, and of course, that creates a conflict, but we don't see that in terms of the periodic table of elements as being a point of conflict. You know, when we look at the frozen Gans ball, and this is literally a Gans ball that has been put in a bowl of water and frozen. So we see that the Gans ball is at the gravitational core. And so that becomes the cornerstone of the Gans. And it's not in the corner, it's in the center. And from that center point, magnetical hair-like lines emanate, and they are like nanotubes insofar as that they are hollow. And although there's a roundness to this picture, there's clearly no rotation. It's just roundness. So the roundness becomes a form artifact of the energy flow within this Rosen-Ganz ball structure. And so that's what we have is a gravitational confirmation of something that's happened. So when we look at the interaction of the maggrav field of the sun, which is a balance between the gravitational and magnetical fields, and likewise the maggrav of the earth, and likewise the maggrav of the energy from the universe, we find that we achieve a maggrav of the hydrogen spectrum. And the unique characteristic here is that the hydrogen spectrum is able to emit a spectrum of light, visible light. And that light is a reflection, if you will, of its uniqueness. And that's like a fingerprint. And so we know that it's hydrogen. And so we can determine if it's hydrogen on Earth, it could be a hydrogen on any other planet. And this would be true because everything that's in this universe is part of the universe, and it all follows the same rules, except for humans. You know, we have this requirement to be gravitationally confirmed. And so we really focus on our physicality and kind of ignore our plasmatic reality, which is a real shame. It's been really holding us back. But as we look at the physicality, and we see that one of the most important components in our tiny little perfect world, of course, is water. Water is the universal solvent, and as such, it goes through different pHs. We call the pH of potentiation of hydrogen. It is also the potentiation of oxygen, because hydrogen and oxygen are the two main components of water, and then so the pH is usually referred to of water, and we can see that there are various stages of susceptibility, going from the unstable acidic to this very stable alkaline, and so we call the simple one magnetical and the complex one gravitational, and there are many changes in between. But what we have to understand is that the balance point is 7, and water splitting always totals 14, and so we have to understand that the acidic component of water with a pH of 7 and the alkaline component of water with a pH of 7 coming together will give us 14, because if we deviate from that midpoint and say look at a pH of 6, we have to understand that at the same time we produce a pH of 8. 6 and 8 being 14, and the same being with 5 and 9, and the same being with 4 and 10. But so what we find is that these are different potentiation layers, and they change through the y-axis transition like a zipper. But also there's a potentiation of balance in such as the acidic becomes alkaline forming and the alkaline becomes acid forming. And so there's a crossover. And this is an important point to understand, because it's a two-way street. So when we look at the Earth here and we see how do we go from our singularity in our two-dimensional world to the three-dimensional world, and we align the planes of the dimensions by axis, and we can see that the x-axis really has to do with the rotation, and the y-axis has to do with the polarity, and then the z-axis, of course, has to do with the interdependence of the x and the y-axis. And then there are variables, and these all have to do with rotation. That's what we're discussing today, is the speed of rotation. And the speed of rotation is changeable, but what determines that change and how much of a change what are the limitations, and what are the initiatives? What starts it? And so we see that there are different sizes in our world, and these different sizes have different densities. So we find that the pH transition has to do with the density, because gravity seeks density. And so we have to have a transition balancing of this density. And so it isn't just energy coming and going, peaks and valleys, but bigness and smallness. Bigness like, well, the planet Earth, and smallness like a picoparticle, which is very small. And these are all part of what we call the matter plasma dimensions. But the matter plasma dimension has actually two characteristics. And as we've been saying all along, the small m matter state is physical and the capital M matter gen state is plasmatic. But we've also been saying that man is feedback dominant. And the reason the feedback is the dominant part is because that's what we see. And that's what we can touch. And that's what we give credit to. And that which we cannot see or cannot touch, we disregard, and we actually throw it onto other people to say, well, you prove it to me. Well, we don't have to prove anything, because we were born, and we were born with the field forces that we couldn't touch, couldn't see, and we manifested into the physical state. And so we find that there is a crossover between the small m matter state and the capital M matter state. And through its nearness and proximity, becomes all part of the matter plasma dimension, and which we understand is a combination of these different fields. So when we're talking about matter state, that's an affirmation of life as we understand it in our physicality. But it could also be a denial of life, because that which we affirm is such a tiny percentage of what life is all about. And in many ways has handicapped us, crippled us, in fact. Because when we look at the creation of the universe, it exists from energy. And since energy is always positive, then its charge only reflects the motion. And energy is always in motion. And if it's in motion and it has a charge, then it has to interact with something else. And so all things are working in combination. So when we look at the structure of light, we see that the light goes between two maggrav fields. And did we say where these fields are? So they could be in the physical plane, and they could be in the plasmatic plane. And they could cross over from one plane to another. So, as we say, the charge has to do with the direction of flow. And that direction of flow has to be in a package to determine the source and to determine the destination. And so we call that an energy parceling unit. But that energy comes and goes. Now, what is very interesting is that this coming and going can be within the same energy pack. So the negative charge principle reflects this, where the negative gives and the positive takes, and if it gives and takes from itself, then that energy can be binding. And so we give and take from ourselves, and we end up running around like a dog, chasing its tail. Or the energy can be flowing, which is the way the universe it was intended to work. But do we understand those rules? Because there are sequences. So this attraction and repulsion, which is the gravitational and magnetical field forces represented by the gravitational feedback and the magnetical feeding, we are the one who makes the choice. We are the last man standing, and we have the choices. Nothing anyone says or does can make you do anything, say anything, or feel anything unless you allow it. And so you have to be in control of being able to turn on and turn off the feeding, increase or decrease the strength, or even change the position. And changing the position is really whether or not you enhance or diminish the position. But it's not a sign of, how do we say it, diminishing one's character. It has to do with the stronger feeding the weaker. And so by diminishing the position and becoming the weaker, you get more. There are people who don't understand this. And I think all of us have had problems with this, because that's not the way society is running. But if you look at the way the water is operating, and you see that the balance of the maggrav, which is round, is a balance between the hydrogen and oxygen components in the water. And if we look at the individual water molecule and we say, well, there's 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, and that doesn't seem very balanced, because the mass of the hydrogen is 1 and the mass of the oxygen is 8. And you say, well, wait a second. This is out of proportion. So how do we achieve that balance? And so this lends itself to a high affinity for the water to shear off one of the hydrogens so they can share this energy. And as the energy is positive, I don't know where it's going, but the hydroxyl that's left behind is now negative because it's lost some energy, but it's still in the maggrav condition. Well, as a matter of fact, the hydrogen is in the maggrav condition as well. And this is a confounding notion, because the original water molecule was a maggrav. And so by breaking it up into 2 smaller maggravs, we are now able to participate in crossing energy over, or having energy being deflected or twisting, which allows a tightening, a coiling, and a tunneling. And all of this is reflecting energy that is always in motion as an energy pack. And so this energy that is in motion is actually principal matter. And we call this PMTICs. They're magnetical. And when they come together in the maggrav condition, there are the 3 dimensions of antimatter, dark matter, and matter-gen state, which we call the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And the combination of it all is in a plasma-gen state, which is a conversion of the principal matter into a plasmatic condition. And if we go into a matter state transition, which is also a field interaction, we call that inertia. So when we look at the maggrav condition of the principal energy flow, we find that there's a 2-way transmission from the North Pole to the South Pole, and from the South Pole to the North Pole. It has to be that way. It has to be a 2-way transmission. But One is the North Pole and one is the South Pole, and they're not the same. So likewise, there has to be a two-way transition. And then we find that we have a blue planet, which is why we're called the water planet. But that planet includes the solid state that we walk on, the atmosphere that we breathe, and the magnetosphere that is the limit of the blue planet. And so we are within that range between that which we walk on and that which is touching the sky. And so the question of how this came about, and we say, well, two forces came together and we had the X and Y axis, and they came together and then they created the beginnings of a force field. And we call that force field not a point of conflict, but a point of containment. And that point of containment is a conflict resolution. But now what we have to understand is that point of containment is the coming together of these forces. And the way we've looked at it is an energy binding system, which is important for our self-serving needs of existence. But since our society is doing it at the expense of others in general, through lying, cheating, stealing, and murder, we find that the energy binding needs of another individual, which fulfill their self-serving needs, are now being hampered and diminished. And so the compensation then, the obvious compensation is to fight with the first one to get it back, or a domino effect, steal from someone else. And so this has been the adopted way of life on this planet, and it's caused a conflict point and a binding zone. And so the thing to remember about this binding zone is that it comes together from the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so to maintain this binding zone, the energy still has to come in from another field, another maggrav, and not just one, but two. So this binding zone becomes an inertia field, manifestation of two other fields. And each of these fields needs to maintain itself. So that is to say that each field becomes a capture field. And so when we look at the x-axis and we just say, well, that's a rotation perpendicular to the ground, and the y-axis is the rotation to elevate above the ground, and the z-axis transition is to, well, we're trying to figure out which ground we're talking about, because there's lots of things we can do, but we find that we now have not only the x and y axis coming together, but we have the rotating field of the z-axis dimension. And this field is moving, and we have to ask the question as well, what is the difference in this position? What causes that change? And so we have an anomaly here, is that we see that the earth is kind of animate and humanity is animate, but things like stones and pyramids, we say, well, they're inanimate. So it means that when you're looking at the earth, it rotates but doesn't walk. But man walks, and we don't rotate. But the speed of rotation plays a very important part here, because the higher speed increases the field strength. And that speed can either reduce or increase. And since we don't rotate, and in fact, we can affect the sudden stopping of a rotation, what we call dynamic braking. We've seen that in electronics. And of course, when you're driving a car, if you come across a hazard, you might just have to hit the binders. So this energy that is coming not only in one state, but it's coming in different energy states. So we see that the principal matter energy levels also reflect the matter energy, dark matter energy, and the antimatter energy. And they all come together. And since they come together, they can do this on the equatorial plane, or they can do it on the polar plane. But also we see that there are different layers, and so different rotating fields. Each of these rotating fields represents an energy state. And as such, it's attractive to a similar energy state, or shall we say a common denominator. So does that mean that all the rotation is at the same speed? If it's light, the speed of light is constant. But if that speed of light manifests itself into an element, then because of the changes in density, because of the changes of nearness and proximity, these fields could rotate in different speeds. The speed of rotation could vary. So when we're looking at these two forces coming together, they have a certain affinity and a certain attraction. And so those forces are coming that are attracted to that. But they don't just come from one direction. They come from all sorts of directions. And you say, well, how is that possible? Because if I have a attraction point and each of these energies are coming from different emission points, then they have different experiences and a different content. And so that much is true. And so that's the difference between simple and complex. By being more complex, we're able to draw more energy in, a more diverse energy. And it doesn't have to be specific. There can be a nearness and complementarity. And so that contributes to the personality of the field that is being created. And so everything that we see in terms of its physical manifestation is a form artifact. And a form artifact could be an art form. And maybe the way we sculpt our philosophy is a form of art, or not. Or we structure the mind could also be an art form, or not. And so we're left kind of pondering, and that's pondering of the existence, because since we're all unique and we all come from the same source, then that source must be unique. But how does that source maintain that variety? And so a lot has to do with the transformation of energy. And so in terms of our existence, we need energy, and how we do this physically is we convert sugar, which as energy. And sugar in its chemical structure is pentagonal, and our structure, cellular structure in its physicality is hexagonal. And so there's a flip-flopping back and forth between the pentagonal magnetical fields and the hexagonal gravitational fields. And as it continues to flip-flop, it creates this twisting susceptibility. So we see a coiling action because the pattern has been set up. And this coiling action reflects a spiral growth. But that is only one dimension. We have to understand that we have 3 dimensions. But these 3 dimensions create a spherical growth only on one plane. When we look at the star formation, we find that we have 3 planes. And so there's a base, and there's a top, and carbon is a connector to something else. And so from this star formation, we see the creation of the amino acids, which are the building blocks of life, and they eventually manifest into our Earth. And the thing is for sure that the Earth was here before we were, because you can't come to nowhere. You have to go somewhere, and the Earth is somewhere. So the Earth was here first. But as we see on the Earth has wind currents, which we discussed before. And these wind currents are going in different directions. So one of the wind currents that we are familiar with is the westerlies. They flow west. And what's interesting is they flow west in the northern hemisphere, and they flow west in the southern hemisphere. And then we find the adjoining winds, they flow in the opposite direction, such as the polar easterlies. But the north polar easterlies flow in the same direction as the south polar easterlies. And so we kind of see a symmetry here. But then we know that the weather is very changeable, so there's something else. It's called the jet stream. And the jet stream is different from the wind rotation direction. It has different speeds of rotation. And if you've maybe had a milkshake and you put a straw in the cup and you suck on the straw, you'll enjoy the milkshake. And so you find that you don't have to exert a lot of force to enjoy that drink. But if you're walking down the street and a massive truck, a 53-footer, drives by at a very high speed, if you don't hang on to your hat, it could be blown away. So clearly we can see that the greater speed has a greater influence. So the different speeds of rotation on this planet create a different influence with respect to our weather. So how does that affect our MAGRAV field? So if we understand the MAGRAV field, it's not actually round. It's a spiral. And so we see the principal field in the center. And then we see the combination of magnetical and gravitational fields. The thing about the gravitational fields is they start on the outside and they work their way to the center in a spiral form. And the thing about the magnetical fields is they work in the opposite direction. They come from the center field and spiral out. And so along these 2 paths, there is kind of a opposite forces, shall we say? Maybe even a conflict. And so we've often wondered why we have these 2 rotating hemispheres that constitute our Earth, but the Earth itself only rotates in one direction. So what it means is that to make the balanced maggrav, we have to have magnetical and gravitational relationship. And once we've achieved that, then the two hemispheres work together as one. So if we were to explain this as a plasma science, the rotating hemispheres are in a plasmatic field rotation, and the Earth is in a matter state rotation. And if we were to stand on the North Pole and look to the south, and you can do this just by standing up, take your left hand and put it on touch your right elbow, and then swing your left hand around, and you'll find that that is counterclockwise. Now, if we were to flip the pole and do the same thing, and you stood in the South Pole, you would see that it would also be counterclockwise. Which is why when we are standing on the Northern Hemisphere, those in the Southern Hemisphere are also standing. Right? If that wasn't true, then we'd be standing on the ground and they'd be clinging to the ceiling. I'm saying this from a North American point of view. But if I'm standing on the North Pole and I see the Northern Hemisphere rotating in a counterclockwise basis, and I look through the transparent field, and I see the rotation of the Southern Hemisphere, from my point of view, standing on the North Pole, the Southern Hemisphere would be rotating in a counterclockwise basis, which means that there would be apparently a conflict. So as we're talking about the stairways to heaven, depending on your point of view, it could be counterclockwise or clockwise. It's the same set of stairs. It all depends on your point of view. So how do we rationalize that? And so we find that the field rotation is important to the maggrav condition. And that field rotation is important to the self-serving needs of the binding energy. But that field rotation has to be taken in context. And that context has to do with the nearness and proximity to other maggravs and to what they're doing. So let's just stick for the moment with the rotating fields of the northern and southern hemisphere. So this point of conflict that comes between the two, and you can see this if you're on a boat and as it's moving through the water, you see these eddy currents. And so these eddy currents are rotating fields that are created from the friction that is involved. And let's say in a boat, the hull of the boat and the water that it passes through creates an eddy current. But these eddy currents are separate because they're all rotating in the same direction. So we find that the boat is moving in one direction. Relative to the boat, the water is moving in the other direction, the opposite direction. And so to facilitate this friction, we have an eddy current that rotates in a way that is complementary to the surface of the boat and complementary to the surface of the water, thereby minimizing the friction. And so it's always been a challenge for the transportation industry is how to reduce the friction. Except when you get into stock car racing and they want to increase the friction so that you can increase the speed without killing yourself by flying off the track. But the Earth doesn't seem to have this problem. Despite all this rotating, the rotation of the hemispheres and the rotation of the physical inertia field of the planet itself, and the fact that it's rotating around the sun, it's very stable. So we see that the symmetry of the moving fields in the northern hemisphere with the fields of the southern hemisphere, to avoid this friction, must have these eddy currents at the equatorial boundary. And so we see these fields coming together as one field. But we know that in order to maintain this field, we have to have magnetical and gravitational field forces. And as we've seen in the spiral setup, they go in opposite directions. So some cases we have where the fields would go in the same direction and complement each other. And in other ways, the fields would go in opposite directions and create this friction. So the point of the discussion is that when the fields are flowing in a complementary manner, they are magnetical. When the fields are flowing in an opposite manner, they are gravitational. We've always said opposite poles attract, like poles repel. Attraction is gravitational, repulsion is magnetical. So the same would be true in the space technology. So if we look at a cylinder in space, so not round, but cylindrical, and if we were to stretch it, so in other words, we have two chambers. So let's open up one chamber. And so we find that inside this chamber are rotating rays of light. And these rotating rays of light will rotate in opposite directions because you have two ends to the cylinder. So to maintain the maggrav alignment in each end, there has to be a magnetical gravitational positioning. And so at that point, you find that two like poles would be repelling each other. And so in that repulsion point, to avoid the friction, there has to be something to come in its place. And so we have the eddy currents coming in there. Well, let's take the cylinder and turn that into a sphere. And let's look inside this sphere and see what's going on. So if we say that the north hemisphere and the southern hemisphere are rotating in opposite directions and they're creating this sphere, and we know this is true because we are on terra firma. But if we delve deeper and say, well, wait a second, are these eddy currents cylinders? like a rod. But the sphere is spherical in all directions, in all three dimensions, all the time. So there's an outside and there's an inside and there's a center point. So these rods have to change and become cones. What is interesting is that the way the eyes can see is converting light energy through rods and cones. So these cylinders actually have a conical shape, but they're also round and they also rotate. And so there are gaps. There have to be gaps between them, because if there weren't the gaps, and you can see this on that boat as you're traveling through the water, you can see that there are different eddies and there are gaps between the eddies. Well, how do they maintain that gap? So we understand with the nanotechnology that there are nano gaps. And so we find that there's an energy flow in the gap and there's an energy flow through the nano part. And so the nano part is, well, it's monatomic, but it is part of the structure. So we could see, for instance, through the eddy cones being gravitational, that the energy would seek the density towards the gravitational point at the center of the sphere. And from the center would be the magnetical field forces coming out between the gap. One of the ways that the field would come out would be to go back in, as we've seen with the North Pole coming into the South Pole. But as we say, that's good for the binding energy, but it doesn't account for the flowing energy. So the Magrav condition of the entire picture has to have a field flow. And what we're talking about here is the field flow within the field. And there's no rule that says that the flow has to be at the same speed. And there's no rule that says that the rotation of that field has to be at the same speed. Which is to say that if we have two fields that are rotating in the same direction, and they create an inertia field in the opposite direction, then there has to be a gap between the two yellow fields, and there has to be an attraction between the green field and the yellow fields. And at the point of contact between the green and the yellow fields, there is a flow. But the combination of those three fields is within another field. And that field would be rotating in a direction. So what we've described as the combination fields are all rotating within a rotating field. And we could say that they're all rotating in the same direction. But that's not true. Because if you have the attraction of opposite poles, then they're rotating in opposite directions. So the opposite direction within the rotating field is a point of conflict. And so that point of conflict becomes a gravitational point. But we see the sparks flying when we have a grinding wheel and we're trying to sharpen the knife. Well, those sparks are flying from a higher energy state. So what we're seeing is the magnetical form artifact of the conflict between the two rotating fields. So when we're talking about energy and energy in motion, and when we have a form artifact and say here we have a scan of an image of a plasma, understanding, of course, that the plasma itself is not visible. So what we're looking at is at a form artifact of a physical manifestation that allows us to visualize the form artifact of the plasma without seeing the plasma itself. And it allows us to understand friction. So for instance, when you had the two field forces coming together and they come near enough, then they will cause a friction. And as we see with the sparks flying, that causes a divergence. And so we call that the small m matter state friction because it's in the matter state of physicality. But when we look at the plasma friction, we find that it is converging. So the plasma friction doesn't work the same way as the matter state friction. And so that is the same with the emission. The emission also converges. And it also travels at light speed. And so we also have absorption. And that absorption also happens at light speed. And the combination of the emission and the absorption creates this MAGRAV condition, which is the z-axis at light speed. And so we see this in the plasmatic cornerstone when we take the individual components of the star formation and we find in the center a creation of a MAGRAV field, which was the sp3 tetrahedral conversion, spc3 being the diamond structure in a plasmatic state. And so we say the 1 and 1 is more than 2. Well, here we go. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is more than 5. And we see that in the magnetical part, is at the top and the gravitational part is at the base. But what we've created is a gravitational energy in the core. And then from that gravitational energy, everything else becomes magnetical. And in that magnetical state, we have small m matter plasma. We have the rotating spheres with motors. we have the GANs, we can see that physically, but then each rotating motor with the GANs in it has a plasma state, and the combination of each of these plasma states creates a dynamic plasma state. So the plasma state and dynamic plasma state are in a capital M matter state. The capital M matter state is adjoining the small m matter state. And so we shall see this oasis cornerstone. We'll see which direction things are going, because they'll be positioning by nearness and proximity. That will be the cornerstone of the connection. So we're talking about relationships. So always it's a magnetical gravitational relationship which creates a balance, which we call a maggrav. But in the scientific community, it's a conservation of energies. In the spiritual community, it's a battle between the spirit and the soul. So the plasma science is adding to the knowledge and bringing these two scientific communities together in a balanced state and a state of knowledge, so that we see the conservation of susceptibility as independent plasmatic variables. The conservation of variability has independent manifestation variables. This is the cornerstones of science, and it would be true on every level, from the nano cornerstone to the pico, to the GANs, to the plasma, to the soul. It all works. Because when we're looking at the feedback summary, we only have a satisfaction of what we can eat, the sound, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster, the superficiality, the laminar containment of the different energy fields. And humanity is quarantined in the spherical Earth space. But humanity is not quarantined in the transmutation of life. We have this gravitational confirmation because the oxygen is gravitational, and it, like hydrogen, has a unique signature and unique color spectrum. And the oxygen is clear, but the color in the fingerprint is in the physicality, and it's unique. So when we're talking about the transmission spectrum, it goes from non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation to the speed of visible transmission spectrums. So this transitions the spectrum susceptibility. And so we see the surface superficiality of the physicality and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. So the electromagnetic spectrum is a balance of the gravitational and magnetical field forces within the point of containment of the plasmatic interaction. The plasmatic interaction, whether or not it is in the visible or non-visible color spectrum as we know it, but also one step beyond. And that one step beyond goes beyond our basic understanding of the principal interaction, which we already know is a two-way street, and it's a two-way transmission from one field to another, but it's also two-way transition. We clearly know that the sun has more energy than the earth. But we've already demonstrated that we can change energy states right here on the earth without leaving the earth. So we know that we have a maggrav state in the atomic state, but we also have the monatomic nanostate and the polyatomic GaN state and the plasma state, field state, and there are steps beyond. And so we see that we're stuck in the atomic state and we can't seem to go beyond because of the barriers that we have. Well, now we can see that the road to heaven can be clockwise or counterclockwise in a vertical manner, or it can be a spiral precession in a horizontal manner. And when we bring those two together, as we can see with the Persian rugs, we find the spiral formation of the DNA, whether it's in the Middle East or Middle America, is designed as a form artifact, an art form, on our clothing, on our carpeting, on our art, which represents the seasons and the DNA. And so we find that it is entirely possible that the interaction between the RNA and the DNA is the same as we have with the hemispheres of the planet. And as such, we would have eddy currents where they converge, which would facilitate cell division. We're in the post-Sanya era, and we now see that there's gold in them Dar Hills. We can create the gold GaNs on demand because that is the manifestation point. It's part of our gravitational field force of Earth space. And so as we're targeting outer space, we have to understand that it has to be some other space that has a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. So the transition also has to be in a balanced gravitational and magnetical balance. And of course, that is the reality dimension. So we have to practice our target shooting to go from here to there and from there to come back. And so we have to maintain that antenna that allows us to get that message of feeding and the feedback, which is actually a manifestation, comes through the transmission tuning transition, where you select one force, which is magnetical and balanced by a force selection of another gravitational force. And so these resulting selections can be predetermined. And to break the quarantine, we have to choose the peace dome of intention. If we do that, then the standard folding deviation leaves no room for war. So the Z-axis transition balance is transitioning to and from the peace dome. And so the plasma balance, as we can see, the knowledge and wisdom can give us deeper insight into our creation. But the experience will change a man's perspective. And so it allows us to reflect on life. And if we do that, we should become to the point where we realize that any misconduct becomes harder to rationalize and the historic references become meaningless, because the pH balance on this planet becomes a polar balance, and the plasma balance is uncut in any state, just like our atoms. That state dependency and the transcendence is also uncut. The speed of rotation is interdependent and manifests in both plasma state and matter state. And so when we're talking about the pH of the mag-rav, the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition. And because we are on this blue planet, and it is an art form and a form artifact, which shows that the speed of rotation transmutes in the micro and the macro. And the pH of peace has many points on the field strength of the dove. We are halfway through the 2024 transmutation tests. This is a 4-month process, and this month we'll be doing the 3rd one. And as you can see, there's lots more to know. So we are inviting the space plasma research teams to come together and understand why we came here. Where is the greater oneness? How do we transcend the limitations of nuclear science? We've been trying to teach this in the public domain for 555 knowledge seekers workshops in a row over 10 years. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And yes, a world peace treaty is fundamental to it. That's our ticket to the universal community. So we better sign it with true intention, with a pen, with our soul, through our heart. And we see that regardless of which calendar we're working on, these spiral pointers all point to the sphere of creation. And man is the reactor of a 3-dimensional universe. But can we find heaven through this field transition? Can we find heaven through the field transition? Yes. And can man go into outer space without a peace dome? No. And can man transmute through the dimensions of history? Yes, because the manifestations of speed of rotation are physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you again, Alex, for another master class. I just have to wait till my head stops rotating here to perhaps ask a question. Maybe some of the others in this group would like to raise a point or ask for clarification in what you were talking about. So you're welcome to open your mics and interact if you'd like to. Could you go back to the part about the hemisphere's rotation, Alex? And try to get for me, a clearer understanding. If we're standing on top of the planet and we have a rotation of the clockwise, and you said if you're standing on the bottom of the planet, we would also see clockwise, or would we see anti-clockwise?
No, if you're standing on a pole.
Yeah, you're looking down on the planet. We're seeing a clockwise, let's say, rotation.
Oh, counterclockwise.
Okay, counterclockwise.
Take your left hand to your right elbow, and then draw your hand across. You would find that that would represent a counterclockwise motion.
So if we're looking from the bottom of the planet, we'd also see the same counterclockwise?
Yes, of course, but you'd have to be standing on the South Pole.
Right, that's what I mean. But if you draw a spiral and then look at it from the other way, it looks opposite, doesn't it?
Well, Oh,
No?
it all depends if you're standing at the bottom or the top.
That's what I mean. We start at the top, we see an anti-clockwise rotation. Now, if we go underneath it, like if you write it on a paper, which I just did, I drew an anti-clockwise spiral, and if I turn the paper over where I can see it,
Going to be the same.
yes, it still appears anti-clockwise.
But now, if you're standing on the North Pole and you're looking at both rotating hemispheres at the same time, the relationship is the northern one would be counterclockwise and the southern one to you would be clockwise.
Okay, this is where I'm a bit mixed up. I thought we just said you'd see it in the same direction.
No, if you're standing on the North Pole and you're only looking at the northern hemisphere would be going in the hemisphere of the pole that you're standing on is going in a counterclockwise direction. The other hemisphere is rotating in the opposite direction relative to you.
Okay. So one is going anti-clockwise, the other is going clockwise.
From your point of view.
From my point of view, but okay, so that leads to the question, if I can share the screen. Let's
Okay,
just
go ahead.
let's just see if we can share the screen here. And share. And then we bring up the transcript about the brain. And he seems to be indicating that one is rotating counterclockwise, the other half of the brain is rotating clockwise in this field dimension. You have the fields which are going clockwise, you have the fields which they go anti-clockwise. In the brain of the man, this separation of the two has become the two hemispheres of the brain. That's why I'm seeing a similarity when you're talking about the two hemispheres of the planet. Is there a similarity in a way? Even though it's not up and down, it would be side to side. I mean, the brain isn't one lobe on top of the other. They're actually on the same horizontal plane, basically. So is one half of our brain rotating in a certain direction, the other half in another? And he's asking us to, what, harmonize?
Exactly.
And maybe this would lead to some sort of perhaps invisibility. Again, I know this has to be taught, but
no. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
You can take the screen back. I just wanted to show this if you wanted to see.
No, that's good. Leave it up there because
okay.
What we have to understand is that the answer is yes to both of your questions. Again, you're asking two questions in the same question. The invisibility, yes.
Well, each soul wants to ask a question, Alex. Sorry.
Well, that's, you're never alone with a schizophrenic, isn't that what they say? Which we now know are the beautiful people. But so the point of the matter is that there's in the matter state, there's a non-visible, non-tangible matter state, and in the matter state, there's a tangible and a visible state. So this duality of visibility and non-visibility is, since our physicality is part of the matter state, would be possible in both states. But the thing is that the soul of physicality and the soul of the man are not in physicality at all.
I agree with that. Yes.
Okay. So the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man are basically operating in opposite directions, which is why we have this crossover. You understand the crossover that I'm talking about? So, okay, here's where I am going to take back the screen. Let's see.
No, I'm not understanding the crossover.
Okay.
Yeah, just hit the share and just take it right back. We
I'm
can
trying
come
to get
back.
my menu. I don't know where my menu's gone.
It's yeah, they change it from you won't find it in more, but you'll find it on your toolbar there, where you have audio, video, tools, participants, chat, Q&A.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. So this is what I've got to do. I see. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm learning just like you.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is let's find our
You were talking about the crossover.
yeah. So we know that the Earth is rotating, right? And the Earth rotation is of two hemispheres. So if we think of our brain is not rotating, but the brain consists of two hemispheres, and those are working on a plasmatic basis. Okay, so what we're going to say is as the representation of the Earth is equal to the representation of the brain, the representation of the hemispheres of the Earth are the representation of the hemispheres of the brain. And so if the hemispheres of the Earth in the plasma state are rotating in opposite directions, then the hemispheres of the brain are also rotating in plasmatic state in an opposite direction. The right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, and the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. That's the crossover.
Is this like the two chopsticks he was drawing in one of the annotations in the last workshop? He said we're like these pair of chopsticks in a way. Right controlling left, left controlling right. Crossover is the soul, I believe.
Okay, just a moment here. Yeah, you're close. Okay, I'm trying to use this. How do I use this annotation thing? Oh, I see. I'm going to have
Yeah,
trouble.
just pick a pen and pick a
Okay.
color. You
Okay,
should
pick
be
a
able to
pen.
annotate.
Okay, pick a pen, pick a color. So let me pick red, and let's see if I can get this right. So we're gonna do this buddy right here.
Okay, we're seeing your red drawing. It could be a little thicker, but it's good.
Could be thicker.
You could pick a thicker line.
Okay, let's do this. Would this be better? Oh, well,
Yes,
no.
you're in yellow, but it stands out. Yes.
The right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, right? And see if I can get this. Oh, I don't know. Okay. I have to go back to that same one.
Okay.
The left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. Okay, so that'd be the crossover. Okay, so that's the crossover there. That's not very good. Why do they make it so difficult? It used to be easy. Sorry.
Yep. Well, even
I'm
our
complaining.
teacher is discovering new features of the annotation.
Well, isn't that progress after all?
Well, it's not very specific, so this kind of represents different fields going, so maybe it's more accurate picture, but it's a crossover on a plasmatic basis. So we're saying that the interaction of the hemispheres of the brain, the left and the right are in opposite directions, right? So you can't have the right side of the brain controlling the right side of the body because it's not in the control of the brain is in a plasmatic condition. The control of the body is in a physical condition. So you can't have the interaction going direct. If you could create a physicality, now that would change. Okay, so at the risk of really messing up this picture, in the physicality, the right side controls the right side and the left side controls the left side. But what is the difference? The difference is that the control of the brain is feeding. In the physicality, that's the feedback. So the condition of the physicality feeds back to the physicality of the brain. The plasmatic condition of the right side of the brain interacts with the plasmatic condition of the soul of physicality on the left side, which controls the body. The soul of physicality controls the body. The soul of physicality is feeding the body, but the soul of physicality is interacting with the soul of the man. So in other words, the interaction with the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality becomes an inertia field, which we call the physicality. So in order to feed back, then the right side of the physical aligns with the right side of the brain, and the left side of the physical aligns with the left side of the brain. The control of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality is based on emotion. The feedback of the physicality with the physicality of the brain is based on the central nervous system. How you doing, Mark?
I think I got lost. I got thrown overboard somewhere along the way here. I've been thinking, Rick's bathtub experiment where he uses his hand and he makes a vortex. And if both of the vortexes are going in the same direction, they seem to support each other. When they go in opposite directions, they seem to interfere with each other or in a way cancel each other out. I'm just trying to equate this to what's happening within the field flow rotation within the hemispheres. So if they would, yeah, right. If they were both rotating, and again, how do we change that rotation? We know how we do it.
No, the change in the rotation, Mark, is in the speed of rotation.
No, but it seems if one is going in counterclockwise, the other's going clockwise, don't we need to get both hemispheres rotating in the same direction, either clockwise or anti-clockwise? Which he said the soul of the man rotates anti-clockwise.
Right.
Soul of the planet rotating clockwise, soul of the moon anti-clock, and I think the sun was also anti-clock. But
Right.
how do we unify these two hemispheres to be in the same rotation? Just a question again. I'm not asking for any, that you have the precise answer, but just for a point of discussion. Perhaps we can give you a moment to think about that. Randy, if you're with us, he said, despite the Coriolis effect, toilets don't flush backwards in Australia or on the other side of the world or in different hemispheres or in one side of the equator. The direction of the toilet flush has nothing to do with geographical location. It has to do with the shape of the basin. Coriolis effect, the effect that makes air spin in different directions on each hemisphere, is real and affects larger weather systems. However, Coriolis effect is far too weak to affect a toilet flush in any meaningful way. The myth that it changes the direction in which water goes down a drain has persisted over many decades, despite the mechanics of the Coriolis effect being known. Randy, anything you'd like to share? Or
well, one of the slides that Alex showed today showed exactly that.
But I thought that was the correct way, that they do spin. The water does move in an opposite direction. No?
That's a good question. That's why I put that up there, to see if anyone's done any tests to see, if that does the water flow the other way. But I mean, everyone brings up the toilet bowl effect, right?
Yep. I've heard it many, many times. Again, I've never tested it, but
neither have I. So
let's get our head out of the toilet bowl, Randy, please. Just kidding.
Well, we have to get things spinning, guys.
Yes,
so
I agree.
Mean, everyone knows they watch that spin every day. So
more anomalies, yeah.
Well, yes. So if you look at the people on the northern hemisphere as being one side of your body, and you're looking at people on the other hemisphere as being the other side of the body, and if you know that they are rotating in opposite directions, if from your point of view you're looking at both of them, all right, then they have to cross over. But if you're looking at your point of view and you're only looking at your side, then you're looking directly. So when you look at your right hand, you would see that your right foot is on the same side. When you're looking at your left hand, your left foot is on the same side. Okay, and that's, and that's how we think. But with the thinking in that regard is done as a feedback thing, right? So, it's like a soldier marches, well, left, right, left, right, left, right. So that's how you think about it. But, if you're thinking on a plasmatic level, then that would be confusing, because then you say, well, if I have to move my left foot, then I have to think with the right side of my brain. Well, that is done automatically for you, because the right side of the brain is in a plasmatic condition and the left side of the body is in a physical condition. So to transition from the plasmatic to the physical condition, there has to be a crossover, because you're in a different energy state.
So it's all a matter of perception of what state you're viewing it from, correct?
Yes. That is correct.
I'll just read this. The body of the man is like two chopsticks hinged together, two sticks crossing each other. And in that process, the hinging center comes through what we call the soul of the man. You build this side of the brain with this side of the body, this side of the brain with this side of the body. In the soul, this is why you expand the soul of the man, you get what we call the physicality of the man. Does that help?
Well, at that point,
or confirm?
Yes, at that point, the soul of the man is in the center, is gravitational. So in the transmutation process, then the question becomes is how does the soul of the man go outside? And does the physicality then go to the center? And it appears that the answer is the physicality cannot go in the center because the position of the physicality is very, very different. The position of the physicality is an inertia state, which is a field manifestation coming from the two plasma states.
But the physicality can be encompassed by the soul of the man's expansion.
And so it has still remained as an inertia state. So if we were to say, for instance, and let me go to this other picture. See, this is a really good question, and I'm glad you brought it up because I tried to split up this week's and next week's so that we could have this discussion. But let's say if we look at the yellow spheres here as being the souls, so the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality, then the green field would be the inertia state. But if we change this around and say we have a field, and that field works like this, where the soul of the man, the soul of the physicality, and the physicality are all within our sphere of influence, because that sphere of influence is the Earth's plasmatic field, the environment. This is the part that we're missing. It isn't just these three fields. These three fields are working together in an environment. So if we want to change that environment, then what we have to do is we have to take one of these fields and go outside. And so
why can't the field stay where it is and just expand? This is my understanding. The soul just expands its fields. It doesn't go anywhere. Again.
Well, the difference is in the relationship between the magnetic and gravitational field force. So in relationship to from the soul of the man is in a gravitational position within the brain. And the manifestation of the physicality is in a magnetical position. And the reason it's in a magnetical position is because it is within the environment of the Earth. So the Earth environment is this relationship between the so the Earth environment is this relationship between the gravitational point at the core of the Earth and the magnetical relationship of the magnetosphere. So we are all these little eddy fields in the middle. And in order to maintain that, we have our own gravitational and magnetical field. And we all operate in the physicality. Now, if we want to leave that physicality, then we have to substitute the Earth's environment for another environment. And this is the advance in the technology. We now have that capability to do that. And so our field strength has to change its nature. So instead of being relative to our physicality as being in the gravitational core, it has to be in the gravitational plasma state around, and has to be balanced off so that it can take our physical field. So in other words, our physicality would still remain between the gravitational and magnetic fields. It's just that instead of being within the gravitational field of the Earth and the magnetical field of the magnosphere, which is to say the atmosphere, so our physicality right now would be in the atmosphere. By going into the transmutation state, our physicality would then be in the balance field between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. We can't relinquish our Magrav condition.
All right, thank you, Alex. Easier for you to say than for me to understand at this point.
It's hard for me to say, trust me. It's really hard.
But let's see if anyone else has a comment or a question they'd like to make as well. I thought Claudia's question was quite interesting about the owls. Now, you being from in probably a far more wooded area than I am, have Randy or you, Alex, seen this phenomena? Maybe Elias? Have you seen any of this sort of phenomena where the owl can perceive the separation and the noise made by the separating of the fields, or the rubbing in a way, or the opening up? Gail has her, oh, she's from there as, wait a minute, sorry, Gail, I sort of thinking of you as in the South Africa region, but you're an original, yes.
I definitely have an owl, and possibly more than one kind. I had a kind of a terrible experience, and I heard the owl hooting during the night, and I could not get out of bed to go up the hill to where my car is parked. In the rain, I can't get up the hill, so I park at my neighbor's. I couldn't get out of bed until about 6, and then I quickly dressed and ran up the hill, only to find the son of my neighbor was dead, about a meter from my car, and I would have been involved. So in that sense, the owl, I don't know how to explain it, but he really helped me. And I would have, I would most likely have been hurt, if not killed. So it's unbelievable. And then when I forget who had passed, oh no, I realized that owl was actually calling because the young man had been killed. And then with my mother, after she passed, I asked, as I came home from work, because I'm here and they're in Canada, I asked if she was okay. And there was the horrible screech. And I thought it sounded like an animal being killed. And I thought, oh my God. And then the next day I asked again, same noise. And I was thinking, what is going on? third day, last day, I asked, and I realized, wait a minute. I went to my friend and said, look, we believe the owl is spiritual and we listen. And I've heard this noise, and he just looked at me and said, well, that's a screech owl that you've got. So it was my mother in a communication. And the last one, when my father passed and I wasn't able to attend, I didn't even know he had passed. Communication was out here. And my mother told me that a beautiful snowy owl had come to the backyard and sat on the tree by the lake, the frozen lake. And it was, to us, it meant that his spirit has passed safely and it's okay. So I've had a lot of owls in my life. And he's still here, and he's a giant, beautiful giant eagle owl, a huge wingspan. So there you go. The owl story from South Africa.
Wow.
Durban area, yeah.
Why weren't you able to get out of the bed? Were
I
you
don't
frozen?
know. I
You were
couldn't
frozen?
move. I could not move. It just stopped me, and I couldn't go. And then when it was safe, I was able to go. That's all I can say. It was very strange for me. So I thank the owl very
Yeah, we
much.
don't have, well, I'm sure we do have owls around here and we have hospitals around here, but I've never seen any sort of thing. I know Jackie was saying that his neighbor, he noticed the owl there, and sure enough, somebody had passed. The neighbor,
Well, always, if
yep.
I hear the,
Mhm.
yeah, if I hear the owl, I know that something has happened or
And Mr.
happening.
Keshe said this is well known in the world of science. I've never heard a lot of explanation about this.
First Nations people,
Okay.
that's where I first understood from the First Nations. There's a little story written about it. Yeah, to me, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, there's something, it's the owl is enamored with something. He wasn't sure, Mr. Keshe wasn't sure what it was, but they need this, he said, or they get, in a way, tickled by it, or there's something that happens. And why they're
They
doing,
can
that's a very,
definitely,
yeah.
yeah, they can sense, they can definitely feel, and yeah.
Yeah, they
So
hear through the ear of the soul, and then it
I think so.
manifests in the physicality as a hoot or a cry.
Yeah. So I've heard it a few times, but the screech owl was the strangest for me because it wasn't the time of the big owl, it was the time of the little one. So yeah. Well, thank you for listening.
Yeah, we're learning from the leaf, we're learning from the owl, we're learning from the vertical people. So as I say, I think every entity has knowledge that you may not have, even though we all have the knowledge, the tapping into it is where the key is, but we can certainly learn from each other. And this is the process that's going to start happening with the interaction with the universal community. We share with them and they share with us. Even in the dimension of the soul travel, apparently, you can become enlightened on some of these journeys and bring this back, but also the entities that you interact with there, they may also become or experience an enlightenment. So this is a beautiful giving and taking and sharing in a way. We've never considered any of that. We've always thought that they were much more sophisticated than we were because of the UFOs and everything, but apparently we both have a lot to learn from each other, as well as the other species on this planet.
Well, as you can see, Mark, probably in very few occasions, if no occasions, have you had this discussion before?
I've never had this discussion about owls with anyone. that I can ever
Yeah.
recall, or ever even heard of it other than in the Keshe teachings. I think he's mentioned this before about the owl.
Well, not only that, but I grew up in the city, so uh, that would have been a major handicap for me. But the other thing is just the discussion of how the owl interacts with the soul, and how the souls work, and the questions that you and I have been discussing and trying to explain, this crossover business and this vertical business. So the one thing that I have known is that the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. So that crossover has always been there, from my understanding. What I didn't understand was the difference between the control from the soul of man to the physicality as being an emotion field. And because it's going from one state to the other state, it has to cross over. Okay, well, now I understand what the meaning of the word crossover is. But then if I look at how do we sense, what is going on, well, we have to have a feedback mechanism. You see, this all goes back to the two-way street, because we've always divided this two-way street as strong and weak nuclear forces. But the strong and weak nuclear forces are the one and the same. It's the electromagnetic and gravitational field forces which are working in opposite ways. So the nuclear forces are also working in the opposite ways. But the nuclear forces are working with the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and this is where Mr. Keshe has become a master at it. So this completely turns our understanding upside down. So when we're looking at rotating fields in combination, and I'm going to, bring this picture back. And so we wanted to talk about the difference between fields working together and fields in friction. There is a problem with this picture, and that is that the soul of physicality and the soul of man rotate in opposite directions. Is that correct, Mark?
All I know is of the soul of the man that he mentioned, anti-clock. Soul of physicality, I haven't heard that mentioned.
Well, the domain of the soul of the physicality is the physicality. And so the soul of physicality rests at the in the thyroid area.
The heart region.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much more. As he said, the capabilities and capacities we haven't even contemplated, never even started using many of our capacities. That we never, we're using them many times, he says, but we don't even realize we are. So this is a beautiful process of opening it up. It's almost like one of those color balls where you try to line all the colors up in a way and get everything in line. And that takes some work sometimes. Some people can do it quite quickly. I guess they've practiced or they've had contests, but give one to me and it may take a week or two, or putting it down 10 times and picking it up and trying again. But he seems to be saying we need to get more things harmonized or in sync with each other to be able to perform some of these what appears to be magic, but is within our capabilities.
Yeah, so let's remember that if these fields, if the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality are rotating in the same direction as a field, then that would be causing a conflict. So if they're rotating in opposite directions, then they would be attracting to each other. And so how do we change this picture to reflect those changes, and then that'll be the challenge for next week, and I guarantee you I will change this picture. Or let me put it another way, you have exposed the flaws in this picture, which is one of the reasons
I wasn't trying to. I don't even notice them, to be honest with you.
No, well, it doesn't compute. So, if one of the reasons I brought up the discussion about the speed of rotation again is because what we're trying to do is to understand the binding energy of a MAGRAF condition, but we are discounting the fact that everything has to do with the nearness and proximity to another MAGRAF position. And how many MAGRAF positions do you take into account? So, in a general way, if you say that, the conditions that are going on this planet affect what's going on in the universe, and you say, well, my God, that's, way more than I can wrap my head around. Okay, I just want to deal with my little tiny perfect world. Well, okay. So understand that, you have a responsibility to yourself, and that you are the one who turns it on and turns it off. That's not something that you can delegate. Your health, you cannot delegate. And so when we look at the universal body enhancement spaceship units, that's what they do. They create an environment which gives enough energy for you to be able to take comprehensive control of your physicality, to overcome the limitations of the physicality as we know it today, which is actually an acquired methodology. We weren't born with that. We acquired it upon our emergence in physicality, and then we solidified it. We reinforced it constantly to the point where we get in our stage of life right now, and as you can let your imagination wander. We have a lot of negative information that is passing on the airwaves, whether they be mainstream media or internet or otherwise, even in personal dialogue, direct dialogue between individuals, is depressing. And that it will continue to be depressing in the absence of solutions. And so that's one of the things that we're doing at these sessions here. We're not vloggers, where we're not talking about depressing situations. We're trying to talk about how we can bring these solutions forward. And the key to doing that is to enhance the understanding. Prior to doing that, we have to enhance the awareness, because we have a major hurdle coming right out of the gate, and that hurdle is one of disbelief. Because our belief system is grounded in what we see. So that means
right. And then we go on the internet and try to find confirmation of it, and we can't find it on the internet.
Oh no, we find confirmation. We find lots of confirmation of depressing things.
No, I mean the teachings of the Keshe Foundation. You go to look for a confirmation of it, and you don't find much of it, because they haven't understood the science. And so then we lose the trust in a way. But it's quite amazing. I mean, I think we all probably have two kidneys, but I've never felt them working, or one at rest and the other, is processing, or the lungs, or the half of the brain. So all of these systems have to come into some sort of harmony, that you can do what they call the split.
Exactly.
What a way to what Mr. Keshe talked about. This is the ideal no-show job, where you can be in the bed, but at the same time manifest yourself with the lover or at the office. This is just again beyond the world of science fiction in so many ways. But it's not. It's actually, this is where science meets the soul of the man.
Exactly. But it also is the solution for breaking the quarantine and for bringing peace and prosperity to humanity, which is clearly not visible to the majority of people in our in our society. Of the 8 billion people, there's only a small percentage of people who are living in shall we say in a carefree manner. But the truth of the matter is that they themselves are not in a carefree manner, because in order to lie, cheat, and steal, you have to continue to lie, cheat, and steal. So, in the physicality, we call that inertia as well. If the you push the energy in one direction, and it'll continue to go in that direction unless you put an equal and opposite energy, or a modifying energy in a different direction. That's the conventional term for inertia. Well, the thing about it is that you don't apply that field force to the inertia. You apply that field force to the plasmatic substrate. So it's a substrate of the soul of the man and the substrate of the soul of the physicality, which affects the inertia. The inertia of change is merely a feedback loop, and that can only come in the physicality, right? Your soul may say, well, I want to be in the tropics, but the temperature outside is below freezing, so you better put a coat on. That's the feedback, and saying, oh, the realization is, oh, no, I'm not in the tropics, I just want to be in the tropics. Okay, so now that you're in the cold, you put a coat down, and then if you really want to go into the tropics, then in conventional terms, we're going to have to physically go there. But now we have an option that we can do this through the transmutation process. That is a shocking concept. Let's face it, because it's a radical departure from the way that we've been thinking. It completely reverses everything that we've understood.
Oh.
So the key point, as I see it, if you're trying to go through life and understanding why you were created, then you also have to understand where you go after you die, and what happens as a result. So before I joined the Keshe Foundation, and I would say to each and every one of you, have you ever discussed the possibility of taking your body with you? And I don't mean in a spacesuit. I mean, have you ever considered the possibility that you may be able to go to another destination, and not even in this solar system, but to another solar system maybe, and take your body with you?
Of course.
Have you ever considered that?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Not before the Keshe Foundation?
No.
No. So now we've come up with a new awareness.
But I was always opposed to littering, so maybe I had a concept of it in a way.
Well, this is it. And for some people, they consider the humanity as another crop, right? And my question is that the hand that pulls the trigger is the same hand that caresses their child. How does that hand know the difference? Why would the child, being their own offspring, be more loved than the child of someone else? By what measure and what definition, do you have the authority to make that decision? And if you're making that decision on behalf of someone else, well, why are you able to make that decision and someone else is not able to make that decision? And say, well, I'm the only one who's going to make that decision. But, if you put it in that context, then the other was going to say, well, I'm going to caress my child, but I'm going to pull the trigger on your child. And you say, well, that's not what I want. That doesn't work in my favor. I just want to be the one in charge of pulling the trigger. I don't want to let you pull the trigger. But that's not the way the reality is. So If I can pull the trigger, you can pull the trigger. If I can bring peace, you can bring peace. So, you know, what is your choice?
Great. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to enter into the fields, let's say? Or have you stumped our panelists again?
I haven't stumped anybody. I want to thank you all for allowing me to continue to present here. And I think we all realize how important this is, and we're definitely heading to another watershed moment here in November. And we literally have to do that because, as I say, we can have infinite discussions, but without coming to some kind of conclusion, some kind of solution, satisfactory solution, then all we do is reinforce the depression. And I just can't fathom, you know, to be able to carry on through life without having a positive solution. So, you know, I know exactly how I felt, you know, when I was 40 years old and someone told me, hey, you know, I can eradicate cancer. I was like, I couldn't believe it. But, you know, I wasn't going to turn it down because everything else let me down. Every institution that I believed in, every institution that I participated in, every knowledge that I had gained that told us how, you know, we have the medical marvels to accomplish that, and they all succeeded marvelously in letting me down. Massive disappointment. And so I was grasping at straws, and that straw was the straw that broke the camel's back. And at that point, I could no longer believe in the fake science. Once you disprove it, what do? You're going to go back and say, well, I'm going to work hard to reprove it? Change the course. Change your course. Go for the new science. And we did. And that's why we're here. And we know that the world is waiting. We know it. We can, as I say, feel it in our bones. Thanks a lot, Mark. Another
It's a new period of enlightenment, and you're part of it. We're all part of it. And thank you for bringing a new understanding, a new dimension into our world of understanding. Anyone else want to make a statement or a comment or have some input? Okay, thank you all for spending part of your day with us. It's been a beautiful day here, but I think being here is even more beautiful, as this is in a way, an eternal enlightenment. We can always spend plenty of time in the sunshine and the rest, but this is a big step for many of us to continue to explore this knowledge and understand it. But I think the souls have brought us here for a bigger purpose. We may not see it all yet, but there's a reason that we are here, and it's not by coincidence, as we know. So thank you all for sharing and supporting this and every other meeting in the Keshe Foundation. As Mr. Keshe said, we need a lot of support on the soul level to bring this new phase of peace and to end the wars between the religious factions on this planet. So it looks like that plus a myriad of other projects are going on within the Keshe Foundation. Most we're not aware of, but the ones we're quite impressed with, and want to continue following this understanding of ourselves and our universe and our creator. So thank you all. Anything else before we close? Okay, I'm going to take the screen, Alex, if I can.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And thank all of you. And of course, it's getting deeper and deeper, but we're also getting more and more understanding of this process. And as Mr. Keshe said, the first one to do a transmutation will be invited into the public to share more of the understanding, and we can join up with that person, and the knowledge will be transferred to us. In addition to the impressive systems that are being created in the labs of the Keshe Foundation. And as he said, they're taking this to a new level of energy and interaction and enlightenment. So again, this is just something that we all have. Every creature has this capability. It's just a matter of opening it up. And once it does, again, this will be the floodgate of changing our map location, changing our position, changing our whole understanding of the creation, and a lot of science books and others will be rewritten in this process. But we continue to work through the magnetic field energies, just what we saw the sun do. We don't have to use our physicality. This is what also the Universal Council is learning to do, that we create the solutions through our wish, and we see the manifestation in the matter state appear. So thank you all for sharing and being here today. And again, keep the three wise men with you. I think it creates a beautiful health condition for you, as well as psychological and just emotional balance within yourself. If you can think good, if you can speak good, and if you can do good, this is a very powerful tool, which most of the Christians missed. And it's even written in the books how the three gifts were gifts of the matter state: the gold and the incense and the myrrh and other things like that, precious oils. But Mr. Keshe revealed the secret of the three wise men, which you can carry with you at all times. And of course, by working with the three wise men and the Keshe Foundation, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference you make. And many times we don't see the difference. You cut the lawn and you see the difference. You do some other sort of project and you see the difference. But in this sort of work, we're not looking to see it, but we know what we're doing is correct. And in time, the entity will change on its own based on some of the fields that perhaps you've provided. Again, this is all in this dimension of energy, which is why it probably seems so strange to most of us that we could even be here and contemplate it, or being taught about it. And there's so much more to learn. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to play the introduction to the new YouTube channel and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Is there anything else anyone would like to say or add or share at this point in time? Again, there's a transmutation test coming up on Friday, this Friday. There's still time for you to sign up for it, giving your time zone of where you are on the planet so they can schedule the groups together in the same time zone. And amazing things are happening for many. And we're seeing this in the testimonials. But I also think, as I said, little switches are being adjusted within you to allow a full transmutation. The way they beef up a plane to go through the sound barrier, or other things that you may need to handle against a hurricane type of a wind or something like that. I think our structure is being strengthened, but it's also being understood more of the process of what we're about to go through. And so we thank you all again for holding a very small piece of this very large carpet. Anything else? Okay, have an amazing rest of your day.
Introduction to the new Keshe Foundation YouTube channel in 2024. New space era and energy for peace. Energy of plasma. When man discovered atomic and nuclear science, with it came the wars and the threat of annihilation of humans. In this channel, we open new horizons and bring forth not only new theories, but new systems and technologies which have been developed and marketed in the past decade. We go into the inner sanctums of neutrons, protons, and electrons, and we find only magnetic fields, their interactions, and what is created from these interactions. We find the origin of the essence of life, that everything is created from the interaction of fields. We are redefining energy and plasma state as a magnetic field in motion, the energy of peace, becoming a gift to humanity, the source of prosperity of mankind, and independence. The use of fuel and rocket technology has become obsolete. The new age of Keshe space plasma technology uses magnetic fields of matter, not the matter itself, and cosmic rays to create motion, food, water, medicine, and more.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.